will call the January 12th, 2023 council meeting to order. I would ask for everyone to rise for the invocation given by Reverend Norma Fontaine Filbert from Garden of Grace Ministries. I'd ask you to remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good evening,
Reverend.
everyone. Good evening. Thank you. As I was thinking about today and thinking about what I present to you, the two words came to my mind: core values. And every organization is ruled by core values. And I want to read a verse taken from 2 Corinthians chapter number 8, verses 19 through 21, which the Apostle Paul talks about core values that he used in his own life and his own ministry. And it reads as such: "He has also been appointed by the churches to travel with us in this gracious work, which is being administered by us for the glory of the Lord himself, and to show our readiness, taking precaution that no one should discredit us in our administration of this generous gift. For we have regard for what is honorable, not only in the sight of the Lord, but also in the sight of men. For we have regard for what is honorable, not only in the sight of the Lord, but also in the sight of man." And as I began to think about this scripture, the Lord showed me that, number one, integrity, a core value that we all ought to aspire to all the time. Service before self, another core value. Loyalty to what we have been appointed to, and serving in excellence. Also, being able to adapt. We know that our world is changing, ever changing, and being able to adapt, and also to being able to embrace each other as God has embraced us. And so as I leave you with this verse, I pray that these core values that the Apostle Paul espoused to would be yours in this new year of 2023. Let us pray. Our dear Heavenly Father, Father of our Lord Jesus Christ, we come before you tonight with praise and adoration. We bless you because you are the Lord God Almighty. And tonight we thank you for yet another opportunity to be about the people's business. We thank you for your love, your grace, and your mercy towards us and upon this city, the city of Clearwater. And God, right now I ask a blessing upon those that you have appointed to rule over this city. I pray that the spirit of unity and the bond of peace would prevail. I pray, dear God, that your wisdom would saturate each heart and each mind. I pray that all that is done in this city and in the affairs of this city would be to bring you honor and to bring you glory. Father, bless your people is my prayer tonight. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Reverend. We're going to start out, first of all, with introducing the dais. Our city manager, interim city managers, Ms. Poirrier.
Good evening.
Councilmember Albrecht.
Good evening.
Vice Mayor Beckman.
Good evening.
Councilmember Bunker. Good evening. Councilmember Teixeira.
Good evening.
And our city attorney, David Margolis.
Good evening.
We're going to start with some recognitions this evening. We have 4 different service awards, and so first I'd like to call David Scribner from Parks and Recreation forward for 5 years of service.
Thank you.
Congratulations, David.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Next, for 20 years of service from our gas department, Stacy Riley.
Stacy began her career with the city as a staff assistant with a gas system. She then moved on to official records and legislative services for roughly another year, learning about the council process, legal advertising, and document retention. She then moved back to the gas system as an accounting technician. In this role, she processed all invoices, purchase card transactions, requisitions, and a few other reports for the department. After 5 years, she was promoted to accountant, where she gathers data on budget, inventory, fixed assets, sales, and payroll, and prepares financial reports for management personnel and multiple departments. She works closely with the gas controller and is a supervisor over senior staff accountant, 2 accounting technicians, and the payroll technician. Stacy is also the secretary of the Clearwater Gas Safety Committee. During her career with the city, Stacy has received her associate's degree and accounting certificate from St. Petersburg College and completed multiple management courses. She has also been a member of the Florida Government Finance Officers Association for the past 15 years. Stacy has helped the city and community by working behind the scenes and being a part of the Achievement Award Committee, helping with the United Way Day of Caring and the annual food drive each year. Stacy has done a tremendous job at everything she's been tasked to do. She's filled in for multiple positions, even the gas controller for a few months, and has excelled in each one. She goes above and beyond to make sure everything is completed on time and accurately. She works well with others and is a great mentor to her fellow employees. For the past 20 years, Stacy has been a true asset for not only the gas system, but for the city of Clearwater as well.
Stacy, watch the rise.
Congratulations, thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you for all the years of service. Yes, congratulations. Next, for Employee of the Month Award for January 2023 from Parks and Recreation, Marcy Triple.
Our Employee of the Month for January is Macy Triple from Parks and Recreation, and what she did was extraordinary. Macy assisted a young citizen through a difficult and sensitive matter. Macy went above and beyond for our community, and her response to all that happened was, "That's my job." Thank you, Macy, for your actions and for providing care and compassion to those in need.
Thank you, I read that story. Thank you.
Thank you, Macy. So next we have our Good Neighbor Award, and this is a long list of a team that came together because of Ian, and I am going to apologize ahead of time for a couple of your names. I've been working on them, but I'm not quite sure. So, first, Lieutenant Michael Spitaleri, Police Aide Rex Wittenberger, Sergeant Ryan McMullen, Officer Justin Buis, Officer Marcus Valdez, Officer Roby Jenkins, Officer Stephen Venezia, Officer Seth Steers, Officer Kyle Bingham, Detective Jesse Lehman, Officer Samuel Gaston, Officer Adam Mengerink, Jeff DeVincent, Officer Cole Klein, Officer Cody Steele, Officer Jared Copeland, Detective William Giannis, Officer Michael Contadiakos, Sergeant Craig Murray, Sergeant Chris Panchke, Matt Anderson, thank you, Matt. Ali Ismaileski, Chancey Anderson, William Anderson, Chad Packert, Eric Peterson, Walter Ramos, and Nicholas Esposito. Miss Poirrier.
Excuse me. Hurricane Ian very well could have been our storm. We were fortunate that it wasn't, and unfortunately our neighbors to the south suffered great loss. To help those who were severely impacted by the Category 4 storm, the city sent multiple resources and teams of employees to help return communities back to normal. Clearwater Fire Rescue fire inspectors were one of the first teams to deploy to the Fort Myers area. They evaluated structures to determine if they were structurally sound. Several Clearwater Police Department officers went to Fort Myers to join their local police forces in patrolling the area, along other law enforcement agencies. Clearwater Parks and Recreation beautification team traveled to Charlotte County to help clear their parks and return them to their natural state. and Clearwater Public Utilities loaned some of its generators and other utility supplies to Lee County Utilities so they could power their lift stations when portions of the sanitary sewer system were without electricity. To those who lent a hand, thank you. You represented the City of Clearwater well by stepping up when and where you were most needed. Thank you for your hard work and willingness to help others.
Thank you. You get the whole file, and whatever's left, we'll get to HR. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Matt.
Congratulations. Thanks so much.
Thank you for making the trip.
Jack.
Thank you very much.
Thanks so much.
Thanks for making the trip.
Congratulations so much. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you.
Next, if I could have Kim Cole, the Director of Special Events and Marketing at the Art Tampa Bay Foundation, for our 2022 Festival of Trees presentation. Good evening.
Thank you, Mayor Hibbert. Good evening. Before I begin, I'd like to introduce John Green, who is the president of the Art Tampa Bay Foundation's Board of Trustees. And I'm especially excited to introduce you all to Beth Tassis. Beth is our newly named executive director for the Art Tampa Bay Foundation, and she will join our team at the end of January. And what better way to welcome Beth than by introducing her and thanking publicly one of our largest and most steadfast supporters, the City of Clearwater. Together in partnership with the city this year, we were able to present the 38th Annual Festival of Trees. We welcomed more than 3,000 unique individuals through the doors of the Long Center this year, and we were able to raise more than $100,000 to support those who receive services from the Art Tampa Bay Agency who have intellectual and developmental disabilities. That represents more than 200 community members each day and thousands of family members. So we are certainly grateful for the support that is provided by the city each and every year for that. This year, at the suggestion of Sean Beasley, manager of the Long Center, and the Long Center team led by Rich, the City of Clearwater hosted our Children's Village. And for those of you who are not familiar with the Children's Village, that is the area where entertainment and arts and crafts are provided for children as they wait for their annual one-on-one with Santa Claus. So you can imagine the importance of having something constructed to do during that time. It was fantastic. It not only allowed us to have something else to offer families here in the City of Clearwater during our event, but it also allowed the Parks and Rec Department to show families what might be available through the summer camp programs and other programs offered through the City of Clearwater's Parks and Rec Department. That was wildly successful, and we were super grateful for that additional support. Also, for the first time this year, we hosted a private City of Clearwater Employee Appreciation Night, coordinated with the Special Events Committee of the City of Clearwater. By all accounts, it was hugely successful. We were able to offer city employees and their families an opportunity to experience Festival of Trees free of charge and enjoy food, drink, private shopping, and of course, time with Santa Claus. So for all that, we are super grateful to each and every one of you and everyone who made that possible throughout the city. With that in mind, we are looking forward to our next event in partnership with the city, which will be held in March, our annual Wings, Wheels, and Wine event that is held at the Clearwater Airpark in the Executive Hangar. This will be our 8th annual event there, and that would not be possible without your support. And of course, we're looking forward to the 39th annual Festival of Trees to be held next November. So again, on behalf of the Art Tampa Bay Foundation, we thank you.
Well, thank you, Ms. Cole, and congratulations. Welcome aboard. Festival of Trees is such a wonderful tradition.
We think so. Thank
And
you.
Sean Beasley is pretty special, so
We
he
second
makes
that.
a lot happen.
We like him.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your support.
Next, if I could have Debbie Bushman from Lunch Pals come forward, Pinellas County, for National Mentoring Month. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for having me.
Whereas January is National Mentoring Month, an annual campaign to recruit quality mentors to provide additional networks of support for young people, and recognizes the contributions of volunteer mentors who guide young people to success in their education, career, and well-being, And whereas mentoring programs like Pinellas County Schools Lunch Pals and Take Stock in Children make our communities stronger by enabling impactful relationships that increase social capital for young people and provide invaluable support networks. And whereas mentors can help young people explore careers and build skills to achieve higher lifetime economic outcomes through activities like helping them set career goals, write a resume, practice for an interview, connecting them to opportunities and more. And whereas National Mentoring Month is the time of year to celebrate, elevate, and encourage mentoring across Pinellas County and recruit caring adult mentors in the city of Clearwater, now therefore I, Frank V. Hibbert, Mayor of the City of Clearwater, Florida, on behalf of the Clearwater City Council, to hereby proclaim January 2023 to be National Mentoring Month in Clearwater and urge all to observe this month by taking time to recognize and acknowledge the impact of those who unselfishly give their time and talents so students can be successful.
Thank you, Mayor Hibbard. Council members, on behalf of Pinellas County Schools and the Office of Strategic Partnerships, thank you for recognizing January as National Mentor Month. I'd like to take this opportunity to not only encourage additional City of Clearwater employees to become mentors, but members of the crowd, please step up, and we need mentors within Pinellas County Schools. It's 30 minutes once a week during a student's lunchtime, and it really does make a difference, so thank you.
Thank you so much for your leadership and what
Thank
you're
you.
doing in kids' lives.
Appreciate it.
Next, I'd like to call Calleigh Ross forward, volunteer specialist for the 2022 Citywide Big Cleanup. Good evening.
Good evening.
They're pulling it up. There you go.
Thank you. The big cleanup. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Calleigh Ross, and I'm the volunteer specialist with the Parks and Recreation Department. This evening, I'm joined by Megan Jackson from Keep Pinellas Beautiful and Melody Yin, our sustainability specialist. Tonight, we are here to talk to you about the Big Cleanup Clearwater 2022. This event was held from November 7th through the 12th, and it's the second annual citywide cleanup effort that we're hosting. So the event is a culmination of local businesses, organizations, neighborhood groups, and members of the community who all come together for the common cause of trying to clean up as much litter as possible from the city's parks, beaches, streets, and trails. Cleanup groups are assigned a cleanup site, and from there they're supplied with all the necessary supplies to lead a cleanup. So trash bags, gloves, safety vests, first aid kits, hand sanitizer, and scales to weigh the trash as well.
Yeah, so we would like to just start by thanking all of the partners involved in this project. City of Clearwater, Keep Pinellas Beautiful, Ocean Allies, Amplify Clearwater, and Visit St. Pete Clearwater. The collaboration between the local government, nonprofit, and the local businesses here is what makes this a truly special event and one that we hope we can continue for years to come. We are also really excited to continue to grow the partnership and keep the momentum going through our monthly Clearwater Beach Cleanup series. And the 2022 Big Cleanup Clearwater would not be possible without the support from our sponsors. Their generous donations allowed us to purchase the supplies necessary to keep all of our volunteers safe and keep our cleanups running smoothly. We'd also like to take a moment just to thank the 2022 community group participants this year. We had a total of 47 groups join us. A big involvement of that was from local organizations such as adoption groups, local schools, local neighborhood groups, and businesses.
We had a lot of the volunteers that joined us in 2021, they returned this year for the 2022 Big Cleanup Clearwater. We also had the opportunity to work with many new groups as well. So that list is kind of just a list of all of the groups that joined us this year. Several of the new groups included Clearwater High School, Grace Church, and Flynn Management. But overall, it was just really, really exciting and amazing to see the city come together with the same goal of just beautifying our spaces and keeping our communities litter-free.
So we have about 52 cleanup sites in total, and that's all represented on the map that you see here. And 1,000 over volunteers collected a total of 7,373 pounds of litter. A little bit more than last year, so we're really glad at the results this year. And a total of 11.2 miles of shoreline was cleaned. From a sustainability standpoint, we did want to highlight that ocean and waterway trash ranks as one of the most serious pollution problems choking our planet. Cleanups are important to reduce land litter flowing out to the ocean, removes hazardous materials that negatively affects the habitat, animal health, and other public health issues. So through big cleanups like this, we hope to raise awareness and provide a platform to volunteers to have a personal look into the type of trash that are common to our coastlines in Clearwater. And this infographics is a snapshot of what we picked up from a cleanup done in June, and that is representative of what we picked up in Big Cleanup Clearwater as well. The top categories being cigarette butts, food wrappers, and tiny foam and plastic pieces. So while cleanups are really important, we did want to stress that the real solution to preventing litter is to prevent litter from its source. So taking a preventive step to adopt ocean-friendly practices like reducing single-use plastics is very crucial and important. Thank you.
So once again, we would just like to thank all of the members of the community who came out to this event. It was a huge success, and we're so grateful for everyone who participated. And it was so great to see members of the community from all ages. I saw a one-year-old out there with a big cleanup t-shirt on, so it was really great to see that, and just everyone coming together to keep Clearwater bright and beautiful. And we'd also like to recognize the solid waste department as well. Without them, the event would not have been possible. They were essential in collecting all of the litter that our volunteers collected. So Mark Beery and his team were great support for us. So just like to give them a little recognition as well. And with that, we'd like to formally announce the cleanup date for this year, 2023. We'll be cleaning up October 9th through the 14th. We'd also like to invite members of the community. As Megan mentioned, we have a monthly Friday beach cleanup series that starts at Bob Hammond's Beachcomber. So if you'd like to participate in that, our first one's tomorrow, weather permitting. But other than that, you can visit the bigcleanupclearwater.com to find the links to register and all of that. So we hope that everyone participates in our cleanup for this year for October 2023. And thank you for your support.
Well, ladies, thank you very much. Obviously, those numbers are staggering. And as you said, the best way is for the litter never to find its way on the ground. So
Definitely.
we can all make a big difference by making sure that doesn't happen.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If I could have Camille Hebting, the chair of the Neighborhood and Affordable Housing Advisory Board, with her annual presentation. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Camille Hebting. I'm the 2022 chairperson for the Neighborhood and Affordable Housing Advisory Board, which is a long name, so I'm going to be referring to the board as the NAHAB tonight, just to make it easier. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present to you this evening. So the goal of this presentation is mainly to share what our board has been up to and also to ask for your assistance. I will go over some of the challenges that we have been facing in the past years, the evolution of our board, some opportunities from improvement, as well as projects that we have for the future. So, as you know, affordable housing was already lacking in the city of Clearwater prior to the COVID pandemic. With the pandemic and Florida reopening for business earlier than some other states, we saw an influx of households moving to the Tampa Bay area. This flow, coupled with the opportunity for workers to work remotely in some other states and cities, definitely created a bigger gap in wages and in affordability of housing in our community. So here's some data just to illustrate this point. This first graph shows the evolution of single-family home values in the Tampa, St. Pete, Clearwater area. We saw a small increase, as you can see, in 2020, followed by an incredible jump for 2 years in a row since. As of December 2022, the median single-family home value is almost double what it was pre-pandemic. You can also see that the increase in our area was more drastic than overall domestic values. The second graph here shows the evolution of rental rates as well in our area. While we used to be priced below the domestic average, we have now risen above U.S. rates to, again, almost double what rental rates used to be. So that was just a little bit of context for this presentation. So the NAHAB is the body that advises our housing department as it relates to the allocation and spending of state and federal funds. One of the ways that we accomplish this distribution of funds is by working with nonprofit agencies and organizations that provide services within our city that that the city is not able to provide. The board is made up of 7 professionals that volunteer every month, and our current board is I will read you the members of our current board. So Pete Calleigh represent the low-income and unhoused people. Gabriela Camacho represents affordable housing developers. Kevin Chenault represents the nonprofit industry. Lindsay Dacus-Harrison represents real estate professionals. Robin Field represents lending professionals. Carmen Santiago represents citizens, and I represent employers. So all of us represent an affordable housing related sector of the community. So I've been part of that board for 3 or 4 years now, and it has been clear that the new members have introduced new energy into the board and into what the board is able to accomplish. One of the things that we pride ourselves with is to really be focused on finding solutions to problems when we see them arise and not just, keep on pushing them to the next meeting. An example of that is we learned that there was a timing issue with our down payment assistance program that the city administers. That had to do with a required inspection that was taking place too late in the process and was making it almost impossible for lenders and obviously home buyers to qualify and execute contracts. So we found that out because we have real estate professionals and lending professionals as part of our board, and we were able to meet with city staff and ask for a presentation so that we could make the necessary changes to make sure that this process was going a lot smoother in the future. So this is an example, obviously, as I was mentioning earlier, of this board trying to provide solutions to the problems that the community faces. When it comes to the opportunities for improvement, we obviously want to continue to work with our community partner agencies. Those are nonprofits in our community that either have been receiving funding for a number of years or are brand new to our programs. We want to make sure that we encourage, new nonprofit organizations that come online to participate in our funding cycle, especially if they offer care that we do not currently cover or we're not currently able to fund. We want to continue working with these agencies, and the goal is obviously to introduce even more synergies so that we're not duplicating, but we're just making sure things work together as much as possible. There's also things that we want to improve upon. One of them is marketing. This is an effort that we started pushing for in 2021. We're going to continue to follow up on, and I'll give you some more details in a second. We want to make sure that we maximize the impact of each dollar, because obviously the amount that we receive from the state and the local and the federal government is limited. And so making sure that each dollar that we allocate is spent in the best possible way to maximize its impact on the community. We want to start working more closely with other municipalities, which is something that the NAHAB hasn't done previously. We are going to follow the work of the Pinellas County Housing Compact, obviously, since that's a great opportunity for us to join in a conversation where we may be helpful. And we want to start working with developers. We have very successful affordable housing developers in the city and in the community right now that have a wealth of knowledge that they can share with those that may be interested in coming online and create affordable housing supply for the city of Clearwater. And so having this kind of mentorship, we were talking about mentorship earlier, kind of mentorship program where those that have been successful with, working with the city of Clearwater as far as developing new affordable housing to help those that have not been successful in the past. And I mentioned earlier, we want to continue to work with nonprofit agencies that provide a service so that we can help fund more providers of care to serve more people. So as far as projects for the future, we are working with planning and development to explore creative ways to increase the supply of affordable housing. In Clearwater specifically, we have requested an even more expedited timeline for affordable housing projects, and we are discussing changes to the next master plan that may include ADU and other uses. We are also at the very beginning stages of planning a symposium for developers, nonprofit partners, and other stakeholders. Again, we believe joining people in a room that are working on similar projects can only help. We'll be able to brainstorm and discover maybe some failures of our current processes that we're not aware of just yet, highlight some issues we might not be aware of, and then produce solutions that we can brainstorm and implement. Our biggest hurdle, though, and where we need your help, is our interaction with the public. We have tasked Chuck Lane, who is our staff liaison, with surveying the public to find out if our current meeting time hinders public participation. We're currently meeting on the second Tuesday of the month at 9 a.m. But before we change this meeting time, since we know it's a lot of work to change that schedule, we want to make sure that the citizens that are interested in participating know that that meeting is happening at that time, and find out whether that hinders their participation or not. We are, as I mentioned, a board made up of professionals that volunteer, so we are missing that connection with the citizens of Clearwater that you all have. And we know there's a lot of residents who want to participate in those conversations. They're important conversations. And so we appreciate any effort that you can make to connect with your constituents and encourage them in that regard. So that's it for my presentation, unless you have any questions.
Any questions? Comments? Vice Mayor?
I had a comment. Thank you, Camille, for presenting. I go to those meetings frequently as my schedule allows, and I appreciate the work that the board does, and they are engaged in having robust discussions, which is really good to listen to. And I appreciate the projects that we have. Interacting with the public is key, I think, for moving the needle. And it'll be interesting to see if we can get feedback from residents about whether Tuesday morning at 9 a.m. is an ideal time for people to attend a meeting about affordable housing and learn more and voice their concerns. I'm trying to push for some measurable goals, annual measurable goals related to housing. And whether or not we reach those goals, at least be transparent on how many affordable rental units we've increased per year, and how many affordable single-family homes we've increased per year, just so that we know, and whether or not we're pooling some money, some incentive money, down payment, is whatever our money pool is, if we're saving it for a development that takes a couple of years to get up, is one thing. And again, we can use it as an educational means for residents and ourselves, because I'm learning things new every day. I mean, it is the most complex topic in our city, I think, is housing, and it gets frustrating. But I don't give up, and I know you don't give up. But we just gotta. It's positive, persistent pressure to make things change, I think.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming
Thank you
tonight
so
and all
much.
you do.
Thank you.
ask if there are any amendments to the minutes of the December 15th, 2022 council meeting.
To approve the
Hearing none.
minutes?
Second?
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. This time, I'd like to open up to citizens to be heard. If anyone in the audience would like to speak to an item that's not on the agenda, you can find agendas in the back right corner. We're out of agendas. Okay. We'll help you if you come up with something that is on the agenda. We ask you to come up, state your name for the record, fill out a comment card, and we respectfully ask you to keep your comments to 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor Hibbert, council members, Ms. Poirrier. Congratulations on your appointment, by the way. Mr. Margolis and staff. First, I want to wish each of you a happy new year. I realize we're a couple of weeks into it, haven't had a chance to do that, and I wish you a very successful new year. Second, I just want to provide an update of recent events with the Chart House project in our residential neighborhood. We have emailed each of you about this project, asking for your involvement on certain key issues. In October 22, we met with Mr. Jennings, who brought Mr. Delk with him. In reviewing just 7 of our points of concern, with Mr. Jennings' questions, Mr. Delk immediately confirmed the violation, at least 2 violations in the architectural drawing. The full kitchens and the lockout doors, which would have enabled the hotel to rent not just 60 rooms, which were approved, but up to 80 rooms. Of interest, Mr. Dell commented on this, that Joe knows better. And to which I confirmed with him he meant Joe Burdette. Now, you may recall from my earlier presentations that Joe Burdette sent the email claiming he represented Dustin D'Annunzio. There is no supportive documents in the city files, by the way. In returning the Hamilton brothers 35 rooms to the reserves, which at that same moment, Decade Properties and Brian Unks Jr. requested 27 of the chart for the Chart House. Interesting coincidence. Timing, same people involved. You may also remember we had filed a conflict of interest lawsuit about Mr. Hamilton's votes in this matter, but the judge ruled that since we did not bring up the conflict during the hearings on the Chart House, we could not bring it up later. Well, we were new to the process and did not know these details initially. We have noticed responses to our questions and inquiries have dropped off. But last Thursday, I did get an email from Mr. Delk that he will be responding to our inquiries. Still unanswered in this project with the 60 suites of 2 bedrooms, living rooms, eating areas, is if the 27 rooms from Beach by Design can be suites. The reserves room implies the singular being a room with a bath, not multiple bedrooms. No mention is made of suites in Beach by Design. Who will push the question to a proper and reasonable solution? I would ask Mayor Hibbert, I think you were part of Beach by Design, and maybe you can help find the answer for that, as well as anybody else that uses the document. That's what I have to present, and I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. McAuliffe. Anyone else for citizens to be heard? Come on.
Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for having us. My name is Malika McCluster. I am the program director for the Clearwater Neighborhood Family Center. As the program director, I would like to speak to you all about some of the services that we provide. In the Youth Development Department, there are a variety of after-school programs and activities and a dedicated and experienced staff. We allow our youth to explore academically, create artistically, and grow socially and emotionally. Our programs include cursive writing classes, homework time, library activities, We also have a partnership with Girl Scouts of West Central Florida. We've been doing that for quite some time. We have a boys mentoring program. We have several recreational activities as we are in a partnership with the City of Clearwater. We have a martial arts program. We have a collaboration with Clearwater Jazz Holiday, where we do a Journey with Jazz program. We also offer guitar lessons. We do STEM crafts. We do a variety of holiday parties, and we also offer camps during spring break, Thanksgiving break, and Christmas break. And that is just our after-school program. We also have a full summer program. And through those programs, projects, and field trips, and recreational activities, kids will experience growth and development that will prepare them for the next school year. Through that, we offer swimming classes, tons of educational and fun field trips as well. We have a DJ program, other additional recreational activities, arts and crafts, and we also do our Rising Above the Youth Conference. And I believe this year will be our 6th year. And this year we are looking to have a major focus on mental health and coping skills, things that can really, help our youth. We do concentrate on the grades of K through 5, but we do have special activities and programs where we can do middle school and sometimes high school as well. So with me, I also have Irma Boating. She's our Family Development Coordinator, and I will allow her to speak on her program.
Hello, I'm Irma Boating, and I'm the Family Development Coordinator. And I assist families with special needs services, information and referral. We also offer free notary services, free faxing, copying services. We help individuals with food stamp assistance, and we also help the elderly with any paperwork that they may have or can't understand. And we also are a site for VITA, which is the free income tax assistance. We also have free line dance classes on Friday nights, so anyone can participate in that, and all of our services are free. So we welcome you, the community, anyone to come out and take a visit to our center, which is located at 900 North Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue in Clearwater in the North Greenwood area. We're located inside the Aquatic Center, so there's an array of services in the building, so please feel free to come out and check us out. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for coming out tonight, all the services. A quick public service announcement. We have a Chevy Equinox, license plate 388 MYQ. You are blocking the gate area, and we would appreciate you moving it if you're in this room.
Hello. I am Karen Miracle, and I have volunteered as a patient escort at Bread and Roses Women's Health Center for almost 7 years. Bread and Roses is a gem for the city of Clearwater, offering essential health care for women. Patients go there for birth control, annual exams, cancer screenings, and abortion care. No one in Clearwater should have to risk their safety to seek health care or feel unsafe walking down the public sidewalk. Yet that's exactly what is happening at Bread and Roses. Extremists patrol the sidewalk, trying to shame people into not going inside, using threats and harassment. I'm here today to warn you that the situation is escalating. Since the summer, male protesters have joined the regular extremist protesters, and they are being paid to publicly shame and intimidate the patients, and they harass anyone who is within earshot. It's an incredibly stressful and agitated environment for all involved. As a patient escort, my goal is to support patients seeking to assess the center with as little interference as possible. I walk with them and do my best to keep them calm as we move towards the entrance. For those who are scared by the extremists, which is most of them, I also try to comfort them in the face of this bullying and harassment. As a patient escort, I am also a direct target of their attacks. I engage in de-escalation strategies regularly and do not respond to the protesters, but this doesn't stop them from their never-ending verbal abuse. They tell me that I would have been one of the Holocaust victims if I had lived in those times. There have been incidences where these men have become physical with reproductive rights supporters who have been near them. Extremists try to divert patients in any way. I would appreciate if you would all come and see what it's like on a Saturday morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else for citizens to be heard?
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and City staff. My name is Richard DeSantis, and I reside at 868 Bayway Boulevard on Clearwater Point. With the change in the city manager's position and changes over the recent years in the council members and staff, I want to give a brief update on the status of the Decade property project at 850 Bayway Boulevard. Jeff Calleigh, owner, Brian Ongst, attorney. It was nearly 4 years ago, on January 17, 2019, that the project was put before the council. On February 7, 2019, this very room was filled with 150-plus residents of Clearwater Point demonstrating their disapproval for the project. The project was approved by the council in a 3-2 vote. Since then, our Clearwater neighborhood has been on a long and winding road to protect the place we call home. 2 court cases, numerous presentations at council meetings, numerous email exchanges, and meetings with city staff, and. On July 1st, 2021, the DRC presented its review of the project in a meeting that lasted less than 20 minutes with no comments by the neighborhood permitted. The project went before the CDB on September 21st, 2021, and was approved. Comments by the neighborhood were simply glossed over. At each juncture, concerns were raised by the neighborhood. Inconsistencies in the plans and specs as presented, deviation from various city and county design criteria, codes, and standards. The project was approved at the CDB hearing with the promise to the neighborhood that any deficiencies in the plans and specs would be addressed at the building permit stage. To date, this promise has not been kept, and many of the concerns of the neighborhood have not been addressed. Since the building permit was applied for in August of 2022, we have identified at least 14 issues of noncompliance. City officials have promised that these would be corrected and the neighborhood would be copied on any revisions to the application. Our last communication to the city was on December 22nd, 2022, with no reply to date. The bottom line here is that history has shown that the city consistently tilts the playing field in the direction of the developer. Look at the Marriott Courtyard, Marine Aquarium, Skycrest, Fairfield Inn, Edgewater Drive. Our neighborhood only asks for fundamental fairness in preserving Clearwater Point and a level playing field between the developer and the owners.
Thank you, Mr. DeSantis.
Thank you.
Yes, she does. Anyone else for citizens to be heard?
Hi, my name is Lisa Lonzo, and I live in Clearwater. I just wanted to invite you all to come out to the Dunedin Film Festival this weekend. The opening is tonight. The movie is free. There's a lot of movies about the environment. I've been volunteering. I've volunteered so far 3 years. The festival's been in Dunedin for 5 years. They are a sister city. It's a wonderful event, and I hope to see you there. Thank you.
Anyone else before I close citizens to be heard? Okay, I would ask if there are any consent items to be removed. We are going to be removing item 7.7 either by the council or by the public. Do I have a motion to approve items 7.1 through 7.6 and 7.8 through 7.12?
So moved.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. 7.7.
Set interim salary increase for interim city manager Jennifer Poirrier at 20%.
Good evening, Council. Billy Kirkpatrick, HR. I'm here to get further clarification on this item regarding the compensation for our interim city manager. Previously, we discussed setting it similar to our previous assistant city manager, interim city manager assignment. And that person received 20% on top of the total of their base pay and an assignment pay in effect at the time, taking into account all of their responsibilities and departments. So the total increase received for that assignment was actually 32% and not 20%.
I think that's our intent, to follow what we did previously and also to make it retroactive to December 16th.
Okay. That was the other point I wanted to clarify, is the effective date.
So, any questions? Anyone from the public to speak to item 7.7? Do I have a motion?
I move to approve item 7.7.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Thank you. 8.1.
Declare a surplus a certain portion of real property located at 1000 North Hercules Avenue for the purpose of the City of Clearwater entering into a lease and property operation agreement with FlyUSA for an initial term of 5 years with 1 5-year unilateral renewal option at the discretion of FlyUSA PV LLC and 4 subsequent 5-year renewal options subject to the mutual agreement of both parties, and authorize the appropriate officials to execute same.
Hey, good evening. Matt Minnich on behalf of the city. The item before you is a declaration of surplus for the Clearwater Airpark. This declaration will allow the city to enter into a lease and operating agreement with FlyUSA PV. That lease, of course, you'll be hearing more about later this evening. Our charter requires this process for leases in excess of 5 years. It's a very standard process we've used many times over the years, and for the record, we're not selling the Airpark. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Minnich? Anyone from the public to speak to item 8.1? Do I have a motion? Oh,
Is there someone?
come on up. I wanted to see if there was any. Yes.
I appreciate that, Mr. Mayor. Brian Ung, 625 Court Street, on behalf of FlyUSA PV LLC. As you all know, and maybe this will address some of the public comments that are anticipated, this item is not related to the lease. The lease terms will be discussed in item 9.2. This item is a legal technicality regarding your charter provision, which requires that any lease for more than a 5-year term requires the declaration of surplus. This does not divest the city of ownership or control of the property. It does not allow the city to sell the property without another public process and public hearing and purchase and sale agreement, and there's no request or suggestion that that would be done. So again, this is a legal technicality for your charter provision, and I want to just put on the record, the current lease has been in place for 22 years, so arguably under this interpretation of the charter, the current operator and the current lease, the property should have already been declared surplus back in the year 2000. So again, this is a very routine technical matter, and the lease terms will be addressed in item 9.2, and we'll reserve our comments on the lease for that time. Thank you, sir.
Sir?
Good evening. My name is Dennis McDermott. I live on Lakeview Road in Clearwater. And I saw the notice of public hearing, which was published on December 28th. And I didn't understand the meaning of surplus, so I looked it up in the Florida statutes, and it said that surplus is property that is obsolete or the continued use of which is uneconomical or inefficient or which serves no useful function. So I also was curious about the properties that were listed. It said a portion of 1,000 North Hercules Avenue, and there were 10 parcel numbers, several of which are not 1,000 North Hercules. In particular, one parcel which has a post office address of 1900 Gilbert Street, but most Clearwater residents will know it as Marymount Park. So I drove by the park yesterday to see if it was being used, and it is. So it's not obsolete. Then I've got a whole bunch of other stuff, but the basic thing is, I think the Clearwater Charter says no municipally owned real property which is identified as recreational open space on the city's comprehensive land use map on November 18th or later, I can't read my own writing, may be sold, donated, leased for a new use, or otherwise transferred without prior approval at referendum. So I have some other issues with the surplus declaration, most of them technical, but I'd like to request that this proposal be postponed indefinitely pending further research which clearly and openly discloses the exact properties to be considered with a map reflecting the parcel numbers, a series of public meetings to include airport stakeholders as well as City of Clearwater residents and taxpayers, and a definitive legal opinion on the need for a declaration of surplus under Florida land use statutes, and further a judicial opinion on future ownership of real property that has been formally declared surplus. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McDermott.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members, staff, Mark Helm. Under the FlyUSA documents, I would be one of the low-value tenants at the Clearwater Airpark. The reason why I rise now versus at 9 point whatever is I'm not sure, I'm an idiot, so I'm not sure exactly what happens in terms of a city report versus this is something you're actually approving now. And it seems to me, sorry, I'm going a bit blind, that it's a bit premature to be declaring things surplus, specifically because its reason is so that you can enter into this lease. And the reason why I think it's premature to have the vote to declare these items as being surplus is because there are fundamental and probably fatal flaws with the proposal that FlyUSA has been presenting to you folks. Again, I'm a local attorney, investor, and I've been at the Airpark as a tenant for about 13 years. Yeah. So, again, I think we're putting the cart before the horse. I would also first sort of start with an overlying statement that the tenants and the users of the Airpark have been woefully uninformed about this whole process. I sort of did my own little informal survey on the Airpark, all the airport rats running around. And of the group of probably 30-ish that I spoke to, 3 knew what was happening today, and about 5 knew that there actually been a proposal selected as a front runner. That's it. And so I just would like to point out that the Airpark has a giant pegboard. It's got a big FBO desk. We get monthly mailers, things of that nature. That would probably be better if the people who are most affected, other than the neighbors around, which I'll talk about in a second, would actually know what's going on. And I also bring that up for another reason, is that we're all a bunch of, there's only a handful of us, but we're all a bunch of dummies. But if anybody from the city had actually spoken to us about the proposal from FlyUSA, most of us could have told you that there were fundamental problems with the proposal as it was presented. So if you just bear with me. And again, if anyone had reached out to any of the sort of the airport folks that hang out all the time and fly out of the airport, they could have relayed this information easily. The first one is the noise problem. Clearwater Airpark is a noise-sensitive area and already fields frequent complaints from neighbors, even when the noise abatement procedures are followed. The existing flight school operations has definitely not helped that issue at all. But the current management have been able to barely justify and balance this problem of neighbor versus use. To transition from propeller planes, which average 85 decibels, to prop jets and light jets, which average 120 decibels, and transmit a sound field which is twice as wide and twice as long, is not something that's going to be tolerated by the neighbors. And I'm not sure that they've been made aware of that fact. I should also point out too that decibels are on a logarithmic scale. So even though that's only 30, it sounds like 35%, it's 350% louder is how that works, to have a jet or a turboprop operating out of there. I would say to Mr. Margolis, that's 3 already?
Thank you, Mr. Holmes.
Wow.
Yes, sir.
That goes quick. All right, thank you.
We'll see you on 9.2.
You will.
I was letting other people go because I was learning from them, especially that first speaker. That was amazing. Today something came up too about possible that at least the north runway, I guess, may have or was definitely built over a landfill. So there have been emails flying around today about that property being a former landfill, and coincidentally, I woke up this morning, I was listening to the Hillsborough County Environmental Commission, and a staff person named Nicole Gonzalez, I think, Garcia. She gave a presentation on why not, the difficulties in building on old landfills. It was an excellent presentation, which I sent to the Clearwater Environmental Advisory Board and suggested that they watch it. And then somebody said, well, how about the Airpark? That was built on a landfill. And so, anyway, a bunch of emails started going around. So, also, when I looked up surplus, there was something I saw in the state statutes about before property should be surplus by a city, we should be working with the state to see if we could use that for affordable housing. Now, you know, I'm no attorney, and it was just a brief something I came across. So I know we need properties for affordable housing, and there's some kind of a crossover between surplusing property and affordable housing, something the state discusses on that topic. So thank you very much.
Anyone else for this item?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. First, I find myself in the odd position of defending the city because what Mr. Hawks just said is kind of a misrepresentation. I'm very familiar, much more familiar than I want to be, with the past lease with David King's company. And it's been in 4 or 5 year increments, plus the 2 years of a former lease that he took over. So there was no 20-year lease that required it conformed to the 5-year rule. But that's not really why I'm here to talk to you about a 5-year rule.
If you could just state your name for the record.
Oh, I'm sorry, Paul Galliano. And I'm still not a resident of Clearwater, although I keep trying. Anyway, this is kind of what bothered me, and I'm sure it's not intended to be this way. You have a council that would tell you that this is not proper. But most people who read this notice had no idea what this is involving. Nor would I guarantee you if I just handed it to a regular person on the street, would they get the fact that this involves the declaration of property that's partly parkland, partly an Airpark, which doesn't make it a park, by the way, for eventual lease to a private for-profit enterprise. This is a pretty serious change of use. The city has represented to me in a meeting that I had where Ms. Poirrier was present that it's not feasible for the city to do this, meaning to operate the Airpark. It's not feasible for the city to not do it. That's the truth. And anybody that says it's not feasible hasn't been down to Albert Whitted Airport, to Zephyr Hills Airport, to Brooksville Airport, directors of which I've met with, or managers. And they all assured me that there was nothing that would prohibit the city or make a problem for the city to operate the Airpark themselves. Perhaps the Human Resources Department should hire some people that are qualified to operate the Airpark. But if a private company feels that there's such an opportunity here for them to go through all of these hoops, it probably means that there is a viable way to operate this airport. And as government, I'm not a big advocate of government doing things either, but you all certainly can do it. And there's been a lot of information submitted to the city that would indicate that there's no reason to declare this property surplus. So I'll see you back on whatever it is, 9.1. So, thank you.
Yes, sir. Anyone else for 8.1? Mr. Minich, do you want to address some of those questions and clarify for the record?
Sure. I don't have a whole lot to add. Tom Mahoney, our city surveyor, put together the legal description for the property. I'm pretty confident he got the right parcel ID numbers for it, and I'm also pretty confident we're fine under the statute.
Mr. Margolis, you have anything to add?
Well, this is a case where no good deed goes unpunished. This was a situation where the surplus declaration, as Mr. Onk said, is really more of a technicality under our city charter than anything else. It provides additional notice to the public to memorialize the sobriety of this decision. When a council is entering into a long-term lease of city real estate, meaning a lease that's encumbering our property potentially for more than 5 years, that's a big decision, right? And so our city charter contemplates that as being a big decision to create this additional notice, additional vote, additional process, so that everyone on this dais and everyone in the public has an additional opportunity to hear what's going on. But the word surplus does not mean the same thing in our city charter that it means in other contexts. In the context of our city charter, it is simply a condition precedent to entering into a long-term lease. Again, the entire point of it is just to memorialize the importance of what you are doing today. Candidly, when a city enters into a long-term lease for any real estate, it will most likely exceed the term in office of every person who's sitting on the dais today, possibly exceeding my time with the city, depending on how my life turns out. So that is an important decision to make, and that's where that requirement comes from. But it has nothing to do with the merits of whether the city should manage it in-house, whether we should have an Airpark or not. All it has to do with is memorializing the long-term encumbrance of city real estate. And that's really all it is. I really think most of the issues should be raised under 9.2, not under the surplus declaration.
Councilmember Bunker.
Are we including in this lease any recreational area or park area?
The landings, of course, is next door to the lease, which is not in any way part of the property that's being encumbered. But as far as the lease itself, my advice would be to discuss it in 9.2, because my advice to the council would be not to commingle this item with 9.2. They really have nothing to do with each other.
But Marymount Park was brought up, and that is not within the boundaries of the diagrams that we have. So I just want to make that clear. There are specific rules for open space recreation.
Absolutely. OSR space does not get developed or maintained as anything other than OSR. As far as I know, there is no indication from FlyUSA that they plan on developing any sort of OSR space as anything other than OSR. I've not heard anything to that effect.
Neither have I.
Other questions from council?
Well, I would say, why is it included if some of those plat numbers does it include Marymount Park? And if so, why? If it needs to remain OSR without some kind of referendum, why would FlyUSA want that portion of?
The answer is I don't know why they would want it. I don't think they would. That's certainly something we can check on to make sure.
Mr. Hawks running.
Well, I don't see where it is in any of the descriptions.
I don't either.
So the citizen brought it up, but
right.
I don't see it in any of our paperwork.
This is the first time I'm hearing about it as well, but like I said, if it's something council would like us to check on, we're certainly happy to do that. And maybe Mr. Onks can provide some more information as well.
Thank you, Mr. Minich. I do have the 5 minutes for closing. I won't take it. So I'll consider this applicant's closing if that's okay with you, Mr. Mayor. So just to address this very specific point, as you can see, Mr. Mahoney and legal put together this exhibit, which is actually an attachment to agenda item 8.1. It is also an attachment to agenda item 9.2, and it is the exhibit on the lease that codifies the leasehold. It's got not only a boundary survey, but it also has a legal description. And there's no portion of the leasehold, which is the exact same as the property that you're being asked to declare surplus. that consists of OSR space or Marymount Park. So that is not accurate, and it's very clearly demonstrated in your exhibits, which are public record that have been provided as part of the agenda packet for both items. Thank you.
Any other questions? Do I have a motion?
Move to approve agenda item 8.1.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you for your time.
Unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Minich. 8.2.
Approve amendments to the Clearwater Comprehensive Plan Utilities Easement element to address the City of Clearwater's potable water supply facilities work plan and pass ordinance 9637-23 on first reading.
Good evening, Dylan Prince, Planning and Development. The purpose of this proposed amendment to the comprehensive plan is to update the utilities element to reflect updated information based on the recent update to the water supply facilities work plan that was completed by the consultant McKim & Creed, Inc. Florida statutes require that cities update their water supply facilities work plans every 5 years, with this update last occurring in 2017. There are no substantial changes proposed in this amendment, with the primary purpose to incorporate updated data from the work plan. The city's efforts implementing various conservation and consumption measures has led to a reduced water consumption rate of 62 gallons per person per day, down from 76 gallons per person per day in 2016. It is anticipated we'll bring this item back to council in April for second reading, following the review by the Department of Economic Opportunity and other state agencies as required for text amendments to comprehensive plans.
Any questions? Anyone from the public to speak to item 8.2? Do I have a motion?
Move to approve agenda item 8.2.
Second?
All in favor?
We have an ordinance.
Oh, yeah.
We do.
Mr. Margolis.
Ordinance number 9637-23, an ordinance of the City of Clearwater, the City, Florida, amending the City of Clearwater Comprehensive Plan, the Comprehensive Plan, in accordance with Section 163.3177 Florida statutes by modifying the utilities element, updating provisions relating to potable water and natural groundwater aquifer recharge needs based on the city's 10-year water supply facilities work plan, 2022 through 2032, completed in accordance with the 2020 Southwest Florida Water Management District's SWIFMUD's Regional Water Supply Plan, providing for severability and providing an effective date.
Councilmember Albritton. Do you want to move the ordinance?
Move to pass ordinance 9637-23 on first reading.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. 8.3.
Approve the North Greenwood Community Redevelopment Area Plan and adopt Resolution 23-01.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Jamie Lopko, Planning and Development. This presentation will be similar to the one I gave on Monday. I've tried to compress it as much as possible, so I'll get through it as quickly as I can before we get into questions. All right, so there's 3 steps necessary to create a community redevelopment area: adopting a finding of necessity study, which we did in August of 2020, develop and adopt a community redevelopment plan, which is what we're here to do today, and then create a redevelopment trust fund, which will also be discussed today. The finding and necessity determine several factors to be addressed by our CRA plan. Those are shown on the screen and described on page 9 of the plan, and they include fire, EMS, and police calls, as well as code violations that occur at a higher rate in the CRA versus the city. For existing conditions, we have a population of 6,619 residents and a median income of $35,277. There are 48% of households that are cost burdened, which means they spend more than 30% of their income on housing. And then we have a majority of the residents working outside the CRA boundary. However, 16% of those do not have a vehicle to travel back and forth to work. This slide focuses on use and ownership of parcels. The CRA is predominantly residential in use and has many parcels that are publicly owned, including 64 parcels that are owned by the City of Clearwater. This is a new slide based on a request that Vice Mayor Beckman had at the work session. This is just showing you the information on the amount of commercial and residential property in the CRA, and you can see that we have over 50% of it is going to be residential and just about 20% is going to be commercial. We did a public engagement campaign that included all the items on the slide, as well as we had a technical and steering committee to help guide through the development of the plan. Based on this public engagement, we had some broad topics that we've come up with to cover in the plan. Some of those are desire for poverty reduction and economic redevelopment opportunities, focusing on the MLK corridor as a center of the community, and need for increased public access to our public facilities like the recreational fields and Walter C. Campbell after school and on weekends. And based on this information, we came up with a vision for the CRA. We presented this to the steering committee and the community for their feedback and came up with a vision that is on the slide. It can be found on page 92 of the CRA plan. The plan implementation chapter, which is chapter 4 of the plan, is the largest, or is the bulk of our recommendations, and it covers our tax increment financing projections, our funding recommendations, our emphasis area recommendations, and a CRA implementation table. Now, tax increment financing projections, in order to get those, we took the property value of the CRA area, set a standard growth rate of 3% each year, and included an anticipated property value increase of about $100 million in the Old Bay District for potential development in the area. And based on all of that, we've projected that the CRA will generate $28.6 million over the 20-year life of the plan. Keep in mind that TIF revenue is more restricted in how it can be spent and is focused on capital improvements and place-based strategies. So there are 3 county priority areas where we must spend at least 50% of our TIF revenue in order to get 95% of our tax increment put towards this CRA. And those are affordable housing, economic development and employment, and mobility. Under affordable housing, the focus is going to be on small-scale infill development, renovation and rehabilitation of existing homes. There was a desire to really not have large apartment complexes or large-scale housing developments within the area. So under economic development, we're going to focus on attracting new businesses to increase employment opportunities. Mobility will focus on improving our walking and biking infrastructure, as well as improving access to transit. And then, of course, we will have a portion of the costs to administering the CRA over the 20-year period. So since the TIF funds are going to take several years before we get a large amount of funds available, the city allocated $5 million in our American Rescue Plan Act funds to kind of kickstart the CRA. And these funds can be used right away without restriction. The proposed use of these funds is more people-based strategies, since our TIF funds are not going to be eligible for those. Now, our ARPA funds must be allocated by the end of 2024 and be expended by the end of 2026. So we have a diagrammatic plan with emphasis areas, which is a requirement of the plan. And so each of our emphasis areas is described and contains recommendations related to possible land use and design standard changes, as well as redevelopment opportunities. And just a couple of those, we have Area A, which has opportunities related to the reuse of the North Ward School, and additional recreational amenities, and connection to the harbor. Area B contains major commercial corridors through the area and will focus on possible land use and design changes to catalyze redevelopment of properties with commercial, residential, and mixed use. And then Area E is identified as the historic center of the community, and the focus will be the redevelopment and revitalization of this important corridor, as well as infill development opportunities. Although we went through this table in the work session, I still wanted to go through each topic, get through it as quickly as I can, but wanted to make sure that we at least took a little bit of time on this, since this is where the bulk of the strategies and projects are contained. So the implementation table is broken down into capital improvement projects and strategies that are divided into 6 goal topic areas. And each project or strategy identifies a project lead, which is going to be the department or person responsible for it, estimated total cost, the funding source, and timeline for when we anticipate to be completed. The funding source in the table was identified based on the best knowledge that staff had at the time. The TIF funding is the only funding source that has to remain constant in this table. It can't be changed without coming back through the process. The remaining funding sources, your ARPA, your general fund, your CIP, those are fluid and can be changed. And some of these projects and strategies are things that we're already doing with the city, things that are currently in place. And we wanted to identify all of the strategies that are available to the CRA, not just the things that are TIF funded, just so that the community could see everything that the city is doing to improve the area. Oops, went too far. All right, capital improvement projects have 9 projects identified in the table, including improving connections and placemaking opportunities on our sidewalks and along the Pinellas Trail, a redesign of North Fort Harrison Avenue to encourage active transportation, and park improvements at our shuffleboard and lawn bowling complex, as well as Overbrook and North Betty Lane parks. Public safety covers 12 strategies, including several to continue to build relationships with the Clearwater Police and Fire Departments through education, mentoring, and training programs, developing a grant program to assist with interior and exterior improvements to blighted properties, and installing additional lighting along sidewalks and trails. Mobility covers 5 strategies, including opportunities to increase or expand existing transit service, adding shade or amenities along sidewalks and trails, and solutions to improve bicycle and pedestrian safety. Poverty reduction covers 10 strategies, including development of a neighborhood-scale workforce development program, as well as expanding the hours of the North Greenwood Library to support that workforce development, and developing a grant program with the improvement of commercial buildings, establish new businesses, and reducing blight on the MLK corridor. Housing affordability will cover 8 strategies, including a program to provide rental assistance to cost-burdened households to prevent their displacements. Create programs to both support and educate residents on homeownership, and create a grant program to incentivize construction of affordable housing on vacant or infill lots. Quality of life covers 13 strategies, including several that support or expand existing history or cultural programs and institutions in North Greenwood. Increasing access to recreational facilities outside the standard operating hours, and support for organizations that provide adult mental health and wellness programs. Invest in Youth covers 10 strategies that include increased programming for after-school and summer activities, addressing child poverty through assistance for low-income households to ensure adequate access to food, technology, and transportation, work with partners to provide job readiness and workforce development, and support for organizations that provide mental health and wellness for the youth. Governance. This covers some of the items that are required by the plan, like our auditing and our reporting, the authority of the council and the CRA trustees. And we have the county requesting the Citizens Advisory Committee, and that will be, part of their job will be the execution of the CRA plan. And so based on the discussion we had on Monday and the recommendation of the CRA trustees, that committee will be comprised of 5 members, with 3 being appointed by the city and 2 being appointed by Pinellas County. Members will serve staggered terms to be determined at a later date with no stipend offered. And the details on how the committee will function will be determined by the CRA staff and trustees in creating the committee and its bylaws. The appendices. Appendix A is a legal description, which is required by the plan. Appendix B is our CRA local assessment, which determines whether an area is eligible for TIF increment and at what level. And Appendix C is the tax increment projection table, and this will provide a year-over-year for each of the items, and that contains the tax value, the anticipated property value increase, and the city and county tax increment to give you a year-over-year look at what we're actually collecting. Appendix D is a neighborhood impact assessment, which again is required as part of the CRA plan, and based on our assessments, the plan would not have any detrimental impact on any of the elements. And Appendix E is a narrative covering how the projects and strategies connect back to our finding of necessity study. And it also contains tables 16 and 17, which are cover our TIF revenues over a 10-year timeline. It contains the specific amounts that we will spend in each year to ensure that we're not spending more funds than we're taking in. And it also specifically identifies which of those strategies that we plan to spend county TIF revenues on. And we have 2 approvals for the creation left for our CRA, and that is our CRA plan, which is what we're here to do today, to lay out the strategies for redevelopment, and also the trust fund where the revenues will be held. So the CRA plan comes to you with a recommendation of approval from the Community Development Board, as well as the CRA trustees, and is before you today for final approval. And once it has been approved, the CRA plan and the trust fund will be sent to Pinellas County for their review and approval. And we anticipate the Board of County Commissioners hearing them in April or May of 2023.
Any questions at this time? Anyone from the public to speak to this item? No takers? Okay. Mr. Margolis?
Resolution number 23-01, a resolution of the City of Clearwater, Florida, adopting a community redevelopment project and redevelopment plan pursuant to the Community Redevelopment Act of 1969, Chapter 163, Part 3, Florida statutes, to apply to the North Greenwood Community Redevelopment Area identified in the plan, providing an effective date.
Do I have a motion?
It is my pleasure to make a motion to approve Agenda Item 8.3, approve the North Greenwood Community Redevelopment Area Plan, and adopt Resolution 23-01.
And I am delighted to say second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Frank, I've had years of experience as a sales rep, and the one thing you don't do is say anything. So that's why I didn't say anything before. But I do want to, first of all, thank the Clearwater Urban Leadership Coalition members who are here tonight. Thank you. I want to thank the staff of the City of Clearwater. I especially want to thank Bill Horn, who is, I'm sure, looking down on us tonight, because this vision started with him. 14 staff members approximately meeting once a week. And then last but not least, I want to thank Jamie, who took the mantle when we weren't sure it was going to get done. She did an excellent job, and so we really, really, really appreciate all the work. Thanks, Denise. Thanks to Chuck. This is like the Oscars, so let's see who else has. Thank Frank, thank Kathleen, thank Lena. In any case, thank all of you so much. And Gina, absolutely. Thank Gina. But thank you all so much for this, and we look forward to great things happening, and we will keep you informed.
Thank you, Ms. Camille. All right, so I just allowed us to break a rule there, so I'll get criticized for that later. 8.4.
Approve establishing a redevelopment trust fund for the North Greenwood Community Redevelopment Area and pass ordinance 9642-23 on first reading.
Hi again, Jamie Lopko, Planning and Development. This is the third part of our CRA creation, and that is the trust fund to allocate our TIF increment to until it gets expended. The ordinance creates the fund, how it will function, and its term. It is an ordinance, so it will require 2 readings, and so we have first reading today, and second reading would be on February 2nd. And again, it would be passed on to the Board of County Commissioners once it is approved on February 2nd, and we anticipate that review along with the plan will be in April or May of 2023.
Any questions? Anyone from the public to speak to item 8.4? Mr. Margolis.
Ordinance number 9642-23, an ordinance of the City of Clearwater, Florida, establishing a redevelopment trust fund pursuant to Section 163.387 Florida statutes to provide for the deposit of funds into the trust fund for the North Greenwood Community Redevelopment Area as established by Resolution 23-01, establishing the base year for the Community Redevelopment Area, providing for the funding of the Redevelopment Trust Fund for the Community Redevelopment Area, providing for the appropriation of tax increment revenues of the city and the county to the Redevelopment Trust Fund, providing for the use of such funds by the Community Redevelopment Agency, providing for the duration of the tax increment financing, providing for severability, providing for a repeal of ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict therewith, and providing an effective date.
Do I have a motion?
I move that we approve item 8.4.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Congratulations. I know you all will do a marvelous job. And I do want to thank the staff. There's a lot of sweat equity that has gone into this on both sides. And so we look forward to the results that are going to come over the many years that this will be unfolding. So item 8.5 and 8.6 are to be continued. Are there any folks from the public to speak to either of those items?
Council, staff is requesting that the items be continued to a date uncertain, so if I can have a motion to that effect, that'd be helpful. The items haven't been scheduled for CDB.
Do I have a motion?
Can I do them together? Make a motion to move agenda item 8.5 to 8.6 to continue to February, or
No. Date uncertain.
date uncertain.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. 9.1.
Approve amendments to the Clearwater Code of Ordinances clarifying and repealing certain business tax receipt categories for seasonal sales and internet merchants and vendors at shows or markets and pass ordinance 9644-23 on first reading.
Good evening, Gina Clayton, Planning and Development. The proposed amendment to the Code of Ordinance includes 3 revisions to the city's business tax categories. One, clarified that all seasonal sales are going to be charged one subcategory, and 2 will be eliminated that are for itinerant merchants and vendors at markets. So some examples of who would typically pay that BTR would include the Clearwater Market Marie and Shopping with a Vibe Market. The proposed amendments will ensure that all seasonal sales pay the same BTR and costs are reduced for small businesses that bring activity primarily to our redevelopment areas. We think there'll be little impact on the BTR revenues. We're anticipating about $1,000 a year in lost revenues. That's it.
As related to $2 million.
Yes.
So. Okay. Anybody to speak to item 9.1? Mr. Margolis.
Ordinance number 9644-23, an ordinance of the City of Clearwater, Florida, amending Appendix A, Schedule of Fees, Article 28 of the Code of Ordinances relating to business tax receipt categories, clarifying subcategory number 070.070, includes all seasonal sales, repealing and reserving subcategory numbers 070.080 and 070.090 relating to itinerant merchants and vendors at shows or markets and providing an effective date.
Do I have a motion?
I move to approve agenda item 9.1 and pass ordinance 9644-23 on first reading.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. I think the next item is going to take a few minutes, so we're going to take a 10-minute recess. council session. We are on item 9.2.
Approve an Airpark lease and property operation agreement between the City of Clearwater and FlyUSA PV LLC for an initial 5-year term through February 29, 2028, with one 5-year unilateral renewal option at the discretion of FlyUSA PV LLC, and 4 subsequent 5-year renewal options, subject to mutual agreement for both parties, and authorize the appropriate officials to execute same.
Evening, Mayor, Council, Eric Candy, Marine and Aviation Director. I think I'd be remiss if I didn't start with a little bit of a history lesson and kind of talk to everybody about how we got here. Clearwater Airpark's been in existence for over 80 years at that location, and this summer, Marine and Aviation was tasked with a real challenge. The existing lease was terming after 22 years, and I was under a mandate essentially to pursue opportunities in the public sector and private sector partnership, to look for entities that would be willing to partner with us in an operating and lease agreement for that airpark. We did this by way of an RFP. We sent that out and awaited the responses last summer. So, you know, the conditions that we were asked to meet, the challenges had to do with balancing the public, the neighborhoods, the constituents, the utilizers' interests with a model that allowed the airpark to remain an enterprise fund and be financially solvent and sustainable. It really required us to thread the needle in terms of negotiating the agreement you have before you. I've probably spent 6 hours cumulatively at this podium between this body, Airpark Advisory, speaking to this topic. We've tried to address every question that came to us. We tried to look at those in terms of this lease negotiation and see if there was an opportunity to address those concerns. What we've seen consistently is a lack of consistency amongst those concerns. Every user group has some different angle related to this airpark, a different need, a different desire, but we did our level best to try and incorporate everything humanly possible into this lease, and we did it in a collaborative effort with a bunch of city departments to include finance, legal, and tremendous support with FlyUSA and the ability to adapt to our desires. I say this, and it's important because if we had an RFP that had some arbitrary restrictions on flight schools, number of flight operations, or had restrictions that were really limited the ability of an entity to operate it and make money at it, we would have had no respondents. Having no respondents leaves us with limited options for that airpark. It's not funded. Our revenues are just enough to cover our expenses. And in this agreement, I think we have tremendous opportunity to improve some things. That was another ask of me, was to look for opportunity for private capital to make improvements. So at the end of the day, no lease agreement is perfect. We can't check every box here. And had we come in with a multitude of restrictions, we wouldn't have had respondents. Had we imposed those on FlyUSA during negotiations, I think we would have had a situation where they would not have been able to generate the revenue necessary to compensate us and do any of the things we contemplated. And that leaves us with a couple choices. Take over operations, put it under the general fund, and operate it at a loss and capitalize it ourselves, or close the airpark. So it was a Herculean task to try and navigate this and ensure that we had a lease agreement that was a significant improvement and departure from what we operate under now. And I'd like to speak to a couple of those points, because keeping this airpark open as a public use airport is critical to obtaining FDOT funding, number one, and it's critical to countywide emergency management because it is contemplated as a location for countywide emergency management. In the last storm, there was a delivery of significant fuel for the Coast Guard because that's part of their plan. So the elevation makes it unique amongst airports, particularly in this county. So I want to keep all of that in mind when I talk about the distinctions between the existing lease and where we are now. A big thing that we heard over and over again was intensity. Reduce the intensity, particularly with flight schools. I believe we've done that. Currently, there are no restrictions on flight school activity whatsoever. Flight school can take place anytime the Airpark is open. I think that we've gone a long way to address those by incorporating day restrictions, hour restrictions, helicopter restrictions, and a number of things that reduce that intensity. Furthermore, we've included a component that FlyUSA is required to reduce the helicopter activity by 50%. These things are important to remember at this juncture because FlyUSA is not even in a position to negotiate with those tenants yet. We haven't approved a lease to authorize them to enter into negotiations. So we've made some asks of them. They've agreed to them with the understanding of what concerns the neighborhood. But the reality is they still have to negotiate a sublease with what provides about 40% of the current income there, or revenue, is the flight school. That's the same with any small airport. Absent that component, or its ability to be financially viable, really makes the business model fail at this point in time. So the reductions are significant. Significant holiday reductions and a significant departure from where we are now. And I think that's an important component to remember. There have been calls to restrict the actual number of flight operations and all of those things, but that, as I spoke to before, can have an impact on the ability for that flight school to be financially viable and for FlyUSA to even negotiate a deal with them. Furthermore, it really can have an impact on our ability to obtain FDOT funding, because we can't discriminate against type or categories of aircraft to obtain that funding. So just something to remember that we've had to contemplate a lot in this agreement. We've also included components that require FlyUSA to adhere to all ordinances, rules, laws, and we'll work together to ensure that they're compliant with those. There's an annual report requirement with the financials, and that annual report also will reflect the efficacy of their ability to reduce the flight school operations. So I think that's a significant thing to mention. So in terms of the finances, I think, I get a lot of, and I've fielded dozens and dozens of questions and calls over this, and frequently it circles back to, well, the city just wants to make money. The city just wants to have enough money to make improvements to the Airpark, and in a partnership with FlyUSA, they're contributing significantly to this. For a comparison, in about 22 years in its existence with the current lease, we've received a little over $5 million, $5.5 million from Mr. King's company, and that 22-year period. In this, we should receive about that same amount in a 10-year window. And that's broken down to a base rent that covers our operating costs for the city and allows us to put some into capital maintenance. It also has required FlyUSA to absorb some of our existing costs on our side of the balance sheet to include security and stormwater and utilities. And the most significant part, there's two pieces of this. It's a revenue sharing component that after the second renewal term, they will pay us an additional $25,000 a month in rent, is when they project that they'll be profitable. The elephant in the room here, the biggest component is the capital improvement projects in which FlyUSA is contributing $2.4 million, up to $2.4 million to, in furtherance of the projects, to include the terminal, commercial hangars, and T-hangars. So with that, I'm here, City Attorney Matt Middich is here, and FlyUSA is here to field any questions that you might have.
Any questions for Mr. Gandy at this time? No?
Thank you.
Thank you. Going to open it up to the public for comment.
Here we go again. I'm Dennis McDermott, Lakeview Road, Clearwater. And first, I just want to say that the city knew, as Mr. Gandy just said, that the current lease was going to be up in November 30th of last year. And yet they waited until June 29th to do the RFP. I would have guessed that it's probably a 12 to 18 month process to really get through and get the right people at the table, get the right projects, get the right things going. So I just believe that we've got an artificially created time crunch that shouldn't be. But that's no reflection on anybody at the dais or anybody currently in their seat, because it really goes back to another administration. I do have some concerns, though, that the description of the property to be leased in this is not properly defined. The appraisal, which is included in the RFP, states that the property is 47 acres. A couple other places it says it's 6.2 acres. The map that was included in the RFP doesn't include the runway. The new map does include the runway. It's just very difficult for me to see how the RFP, which should be the base document, is aligned with the proposed lease. I also have some financial concerns. We already know the proposed lease has a 5-year term with some options. The Airpark pro forma, which is included, doesn't match up against the city's fiscal year. I think the proper presentation would be to do a March 1st through 2/29/28, looking at, I guess it would be 4 full years and 2 short years. Then I noted that the pro forma reflects a cumulative loss to the city of $2.4 million over the first 5 years of operation under this proposed lease and operating agreement. So I'm not really sure where that would come from. Mr. Gandy talked about a $2.4 million infusion, which I didn't see that in the first 5 years. So it's not clear to me where all these numbers go. And so I would like to see the city do a broader financial analysis with full disclosure, sources, uses, and really focus on that first 5 years, because after 5 years, it's just the value of the numbers. I did numbers for my whole career, so they just didn't work. So I'd like to see the city postpone this whole discussion right now, push it forward, either look at the city managing and running the airport or turning over to the county to run it. As Mr. Gandy said, it is a county resource. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McDermott.
Hi, Mark Helm back again, sorry.
Mr. Helm, I was trying to get the city clerk's attention, not yours, so.
Okay.
Just so you know earlier.
I'm good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Great.
So I have to change up my strategy because I can't tell time. I've got to move much quicker. I just want to point out, this is probably the best way for me to summarize how I feel. Mr. Gundry said that the whole point of this was to balance 3 interests: the neighbors, the users, and benefit to the city. With the greatest respect, this proposal from FlyUSA fails with respect to all 3. Number 1 being the neighbors. He confuses intensity with noise. They are not the same thing. And introducing a turboprop and jet business is going to be a huge mistake for you guys. I hope you have a hotline ready to go, and I hope you've thought about taking a legal opinion on whether this changes the use for purposes of the neighbors complaining. That's number 1 in terms of failure. Number 2, as it relates to trying to balance the current users, this proposal, at least the one that I saw, has at least 30 current long-term paying aircraft, such as myself, been paying for 13 years, being displaced by way of the new construction, if that construction happens. But I would say that probably fails as it relates to existing airport users as well in terms of trying to balance interest. And then the third interest was city benefit. And the one he specifically emphasized was capital improvement. Now, I've not seen the lease, I've only seen the proposal, but I would point out that there's a contingency to that, meaning they need to get Florida DOT to increase their contribution from one percentage to another, or else the deal gets recut. And the other one I want to point out, which I'm sure you've all seen, is that the monies that they put in, at least some, on the capital side, is in the form of a rent credit. So they're not giving you money, additional money to do that. If they spend money on these capital improvements, that's less rent that you'll receive because this is the form of a rent credit. So in terms of trying to balance neighbors, users, and city benefit, I don't see it on any of the three components. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Hold on, got one coming behind you, Mr. G. Sorry.
Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Lieutenant Craig Holmes, Commander of the Clearwater Composite Squadron of Civil Air Patrol. We are based at Clearwater Airpark. CAP has roughly 56,000 members nationwide and some 3,000 across the state of Florida. Our roster comprises nearly 80 members at the airpark. We're among the largest and most active squadrons in the state. Our members volunteer time, energy, and expertise in service to our communities. In emergency services, aerospace education, and STEM programs, and a dedicated cadet program that trains future leaders from ages 12 to 21. We attract cadets from as far away as Wesley Chapel and Busch Gardens, to Newport Richey to Indian Rocks Beach, from Pinellas Park to Largo, even though there are closer squadrons for these cadets to attend. Our squadron has been stationed at Clearwater Airpark since December 1984. Generations of cadets have advanced through our program under the guidance of CAP mentors in those 38 years. Some have gone on to military service academies and various ROTC programs, while many others have served enlistments in our armed forces. Many have become successful in business and private enterprises. Our squadron was recently deployed crews to areas impacted by Hurricane Ian to conduct damage assessment and reconnaissance missions for federal agencies. We were also routinely called upon by the U.S. Air Force to assist with various missions ranging in scope from search and rescue, damage assessment, disaster recovery, relief aid, and more. We had a team dispatched to Polk County just recently to locate and silence 2 electronic locator transmitters in rural Polk County. There were closer teams, but ours was recognized for its capacity and merit, and we were called upon to execute the mission. It is my belief that the proposal brought forth by FlyUSA is in the best interest of the citizens of Clearwater, and it will provide the greatest level of ongoing support and cooperation between Civil Air Patrol and the City of Clearwater, as well as the tertiary and ancillary organizations and agencies with whom we remain partnered and affiliated. My team and I are excited about the vision Mr. Shevlin has for the airpark. His open and honest communications with us have been refreshing. After hearing different rumors over the course of the past year, FlyUSA has reassured my team and myself of their interest to retain our squadron as part of FlyUSA's lease. I look forward to working with the FlyUSA team during my tenure as commander over the next 4 years, and I am grateful for their vision for the Clearwater Airpark, such that it provides a vision of continuity to our current and future affiliation with the City of Clearwater well into the next quarter century. Thank you all for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Commander.
I'm still Paul Galliano, still not a resident of Clearwater. Well, now I find myself doing something strange. Not only did I have to defend David King's lease before you all, because it was completely a proper and lawful lease. David has indicated before, and he's here now, I'm sure he's capable of operating the airport as he has for the last 22 years, until the city, which after they take an appropriate amount of time, is able to reach a good conclusion for this. And by a good conclusion, I don't necessarily mean one that agrees with all the different views, and people do have different views. That's the world, by the way. That's every airport in this country has opposing views or supporting views that all come together to reach some kind of a conclusion. But how that airport has operated during its existence here has been pretty obvious to everybody. And if you all contact the neighbors in that area, they'll let you know what kind of an airport it was. And if you read the FlyUSA proposal, you'll see that that's not the kind of airport that it will be. Now, is that a good thing or a bad thing? That's up for you all to decide. Do you want to change the character of Clearwater Airpark? Because that's going to happen. One thing that I don't think you all have had made clear to you, because it's certainly not clear to people who have spent a lot of time analyzing all of the proposals and based on the RFPs, is exactly how this is going to impact the city. There have been some comments that have been made that it's going to be a positive thing, but it's not A or B the way Eric just presented to you. We either do this or we close the airport. I'll give you a simple example, and any of you all that have worked in real estate will understand this. That airpark has some real estate values that have never been developed. What would they do to the income proposals capability of the airport? I'm not a real estate expert, but I can tell you that there is the ability of that airport to make money even with reduced flight training. Eric, when I met with Ms. Poirrier and Eric and the former city manager, it was explained to me that airports ran this way. They had a certain amount of revenue from here, here, here. He was wrong. There's just no other way to put it. Perhaps he just hasn't been involved in the field long enough, but there is no such thing as this is what all these airports work at. I've visited a number of airports. No one of them run on the same financial model. Some of them require a lot more fuel income, money going to the city from fuel sales. Some of them require more flight training. Some of them, and this airport is park is one of them, rely and can rely more on its real estate value. And there are real estate parcels there that could be developed. They're included in this notice, so somebody thinks they're worth something or they wouldn't be in there. And I really think if the city took some time, because as far as I can tell, nobody in the city who's in charge of economic development of your land has said, why don't we go out and try to find people who just want to rent that parcel if we ran the airport? Why don't we see if somebody wants to rent parcel over here? And I'm not talking about converting the golf course or anything like that. I'm talking about parcels within the existing perimeter of the airpark as legally defined. And I think you all will find some surprises of how much money that airpark could generate. David King couldn't really do those things because he had a 5-year lease that kept ending every 5 years. It's very hard for him as an intermediary to do those kind of land developments, whereas you as the city can do them. You're just demonstrating that you can do them. I'd like to see that you all really understand how much money the city is going to be expected to put up in matching funds to the FDOT grants. Everybody talks about FDOT grants like that's just money that's going to come out of the sky, no pun intended. But it's not. It's money that sometimes means you all have to come up with 15% of it, sometimes with 50% of it. And I don't know that you all really understand how much money the FlyUSA proposal involves you all having to match the FDOT grants, which they are indicating in their proposal they expect to need. And it's a lot more money than I think you all have been led to believe. I've looked at the pro forma that would just appeared recently, and if you all understand it, you've done better than, Dennis didn't want to brag about it, but he's spent his whole life as a banker, and he's an MBA. One of the other people who have worked on this with me is not just an MBA, but a CPA, and there are so many inconsistencies in financial numbers, in what was in the RFP, what's now in the agreement, and what may be negotiated for a future agreement, because nobody knows what that agreement is, other than, people who may be in the room.
Thank you,
Anyway,
Mr. Calleigh.
thank you.
David King, 2270 Citrus Court. Good evening, everybody. I think Mr. Margolis said it earlier best, discussing the surplus. This is a big deal, and that's why they advertise it. My question is, in reading the advertisement, we found it quite by accident, because nowhere in that article did it mention Clearwater Airpark. It mentions latitude, longitude, all this stuff. Was that intentional, to keep it from the public, for them to know? I don't know. I don't think so, but a lot of people think that. Secondly, I'm not really opposed to the changes. I was never granted in my lease the ability to restrict the flight school, change the hours. My lease didn't give me that latitude. My lease said basically carte blanche. Make money, keep the airport afloat, make it an enterprise fund. So that's what I did. Unfortunately, I did it really well, and we got a lot of planes and helicopters flying around. But in the lease that they have now, the new proposed lease, it talks about restrictions on the flight school, restrictions on the helicopter, restrictions on this. Where does it talk about the restrictions on the jets they're going to bring in? How many can he bring? Can he bring 10? Can he bring 100? Can he bring as many that will fit? Can they fly all day? Can they fly totally within the hours, 7 a.m. to 11 p.m.? I don't know. It doesn't say he can't, and if it doesn't say he can't, he will. Mark my words. So that's all I have to say. Thank you. I get wound up. Sorry.
Anyone else?
My name is Nicholas Barrows. I've been at the Airpark in different facets for a long time, actually over 15 years. I was the chief instructor there, 2006, thereabouts, 2005. The bottom line is the modernization in aviation, I think, has been made very clear in the past couple of weeks on a larger scale. That modernization needs to happen. The Airpark hasn't had any of that for the better part of 15 years or maybe even longer. So having that safety, you know, one of the safety things that's been brought up is the jets, and he just brought them up, the jets again. Jets and turboprops already operate into the Airpark. That's the bottom line. In fact, the 4,100-foot runway there is longer than the Jacksonville Executive Airport at 4,000 feet. Another one of the things that comes up as far as safety is concerned is people don't know, if you want to fly an airplane, you have to get a review, a flight review every 2 years, okay? You don't have to fly an airplane more than once every 2 years. If I had an airplane at the Airpark and I wanted to get up, I got up in the morning, it's a beautiful day, I haven't flown in 18 months, I can go out and fly my airplane. My airplane only has to be checked out one time a year. There's a lot of derelict airplanes at that Airpark that never fly, ever. So if all of a sudden I get an itch and I'm gonna go fly. 18 months, haven't flown, I'm gonna get up, I'm gonna go on my airplane. I can tell you, after 18 months of doing anything, I'm rusty. If I want to go play golf, I'm rusty after 2 months. So it's just a matter of, this is a safety thing. Whereas one of the things they've talked about is these 135 guys, they have to do checks every 6 months. Every 6 months in a simulator with an instructor for days at a time. When I want to go fly any of the airplanes that I fly now, I'm usually in a sim for 4 to 5 days. That's every single year. So the safety margins, I think, are kind of skewed towards the professional aviation. I'm not saying we're all going to start flying in there. The Airpark's still short. We're still going to fly into St. Pete. We're still going to fly into Tampa. But adding things like an instrument approach. The other night, or let's see, a few months back, I flew into the Airpark, and a third of the runway edge lights were out. It was very dark flying into the Airpark at night. That's a safety issue. So we want to talk about safety issue. We talk about modernization, taking care of the Airpark, and appropriate training. And when we're talking about the people that, you know, they're not trying to offset these people that have airplanes there. In fact, I know a few of them that are in the shade hangar now that desperately want a T hangar. This will give them the opportunity to have that T hangar that currently they don't have. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
The issue that Mr. Barrows is bringing up about the runway lights, we had a lightning strike. It blew out, and Mr. Gandy can talk about that too. It blew out quite a number of the lights on the runway. We replaced the bulbs. We found out that there was more to it. It took a day or so to get that straightened out. The other thing about the flight school, he's not mentioning that The airplanes that the flight school use are inspected every 100 hours, not just once a year. That's an annual. So I think he was just using a little scare tactic there. And most of the pilots that fly out of the flight school, I believe the flight school has something in place where if they haven't flown a year, they have to do another checkout. So there are safety things in place that he's not mentioning. So I just wanted to mention that.
Thank you, Barbara.
Lisa Lanza, I've lived near the Airpark off of Montclair and Hercules since 1978. And I could say, the neighbors, we love the Airpark, and we would really like to be participating more in that Airpark and having more things for families. And I didn't even know, I brought my daughter up in that house. I would have loved to have introduced her to the cadet school. What he just told us about that cadet school, I had no idea. After 40 plus years, I didn't even know there was a cadet school there. So you just haven't had a real good relationship with the neighborhood and the neighborhood surrounding. We want that relationship, but it just never developed, and I think that's where the city staff could have helped additionally, it seems like money's the big issue here. And when you look at any other enterprise funds, in particular the downtown marina, the Clearwater Beach Marina, and then non-enterprise funds such as Ruth Eckerd Hall, Clearwater Marine Aquarium, millions of dollars go to these other facilities because they're pets of some of city council. Some city council members have served on the boards, or they're just very engaged. You could even look at the campaign donations and see where the money's coming from, campaign donation-wise. So I think that we could do a lot. We haven't done anything to raise any money for the park. There is a fundraiser coming up for ARC at the Airpark. I just got an invitation to it, $75. Why doesn't the Airpark have a party for themselves instead of, or both, I should say, not, have one for ARC and have one for the Airpark. We've done nothing that I know of to raise any money or to help the park in any way. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Good evening again, Mr. Mayor and council members. Brian Ungst, 625 Court Street, on behalf of FlyUSA PV LLC and Mr. Shevlin and Mr. Connor. I first have to start out by thanking the city staff. Eric Gandy, Mike McDonald, Assistant City Attorney Matthew Middich. I don't think when Mr. Middich went to law school he expected to become an expert on FDOT reimbursement dollars at 80% or 50% for municipal air parks, but here we are. I've learned that sometimes a legal career can take you to unexpected and very interesting places. So I know that he worked very, very hard on this lease, and it does balance competing and oftentimes misaligned interests. When we went to the Airpark Advisory Board, we heard one member that said they would prefer the airpark to not exist, to go away. We heard people from the flight school saying they want the flight school expanded. We heard people from the neighborhood saying they want the flight school to go away. And so the bottom line is the status quo, it's time for change. There have been deferred maintenance. That's not Mr. King's fault. That was just the structure of the deal. No one's faulting Mr. King for the current state of the airpark. But what this is about tonight is what's the future of the airpark and who is best positioned to revitalize it, to activate it, to increase safety, to increase participation, and also to balance those competing interests that do need to be addressed holistically. I also want to thank City Manager Jennifer Poirrier. When she got personally involved in the lease negotiations, things became very crystallized, and it was a breath of fresh air. And I have to say, we were very thankful for your personal involvement with the lease negotiations. Likewise, Mr. Ravens, City Manager Poirrier and Mr. Ravens spent a significant amount of time with Mr. Shevlin going through the pro forma and going through the financials, and Mr. Gandy, to make sure what the city's goal here is, not just to improve the Airpark for everyone and revitalize it, but to ensure its solvency for the long term. Because what's going to happen now with the status quo is it won't get revitalized and it will go insolvent. And so we're trying to marry revitalization, better utility for everyone, and also long-term solvency. And this lease does that. City Manager Margolis also for his involvement with the lease negotiation. And I definitely want to thank FDOT local representative Raymond Clark, who met with us many, many times with the city and really enlightened us. I think that this has been an iterative process. And I guarantee you, I think from a historical perspective, this is probably the most in-depth analysis and review of the Airpark and the way the Airpark has operated and functioned probably in the last 25 years, maybe since 1939, maybe ever. And it's a good thing, and it's resulted in a much better plan going forward. Finally, I want to thank the Airpark Advisory Board, who did vote to recommend that you all select FlyUSA PV LLC as the first place respondent to the RFP, and remind you that Mr. King also responded to the RFP. That was a public process, it was a competitive process, it was a fair process, and the council unanimously selected FlyUSA PV LLC as your operator on September 15th. This is about finalizing and approving what I think is a very, very, very good lease after a lot of hard work and deliberative work from your staff. Mr. Shevlin's here to answer any questions.
Mr. Margolis, I'm not giving you another salary for being city manager.
Well, it'll be dual office holding anyway, so.
Okay, very good.
I have one comment.
Yes.
A comment was submitted by Kelly O'Donnell. While I can't attend the meeting in person tonight, I wanted to provide a comment as a Clearwater neighborhood resident and Airpark user. While also the city's Airpark Advisory Board's chair, these views are my own, and we have not had a meeting to discuss the lease. Overall, I'm happy with the lease contents. However, I did want to mention some items to be aware of. I was told FDOT interprets the master plan as corporate hangars could be put anywhere on the property feasibly doable, not necessarily where options are in the master plan. I hope the Airpark Advisory Board and Airpark tenants can be proactive versus reactively involved in the placement decision in the process. Item 13.3 E, reduction in the number of helicopter flight training operations or hours of operation does not reference nor mean helicopter tours. There would not be a way for neighborhood residents to know if it is a training flight or a tour, so I anticipate complaints still occurring. However, I'm sure complaints can be addressed by FlyUSA as they would be monitoring the takeoffs and landings, and by whom as fulfillment of the lease to identify active tenants. Again, I suggest looking into the Veer Tower Operations Program that the City of Arcadia Municipal Airport uses. Article 13 or elsewhere, no mention of the accommodation of EAA and its hangar, even though accommodations is mentioned for the Civil Air Patrol. I hope to see EAA and its hangar continuing to be accommodated on Airpark property as well. As far as funding, I still believe the city should entertain acquiring FAA funding and modifying city ordinance. To my knowledge, FAA covers a larger portion of funding than FDOT. While it requires 24-hour operations, flight training operations, the neighborhood's biggest concern, do not have to be 24 hours, and that is solidified in the proposed lease. I do not believe tenant or even transient aircraft would conduct many operations between 11 p.m. and 7 a.m., but tenants would appreciate an option to return home if they are delayed. Having more money available to complete projects in the master plan on a more expedited timeline would also be a welcome process and result in less impact to city finances. The city has negotiated in the lease to appease certain neighborhood residents by restricting flight training times and operations, so I hope the city will entertain making their accommodations for Airpark tenants by allowing them to return home at any time.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to close public comment. Nobody else? Okay. Questions from council to either FlyUSA or staff? Vice Mayor.
So I have a question about Kelly's mail that was read, the distinction between helicopter tours or training flights with helicopters. I don't I don't remember reading any distinction about helicopter tours versus helicopter
I
training.
can speak to it. Her concern was that the public wouldn't be able to make the distinction between someone operating a helicopter tour of the beaches and the flight school, because they could conceivably use the same helicopter, right? So I said, we would have to take that on a case-by-case basis and address that and complain it and determine whether it was a tour operator that took people out over the beach or it was actually flight training activity, because they could use the same aircraft.
So, okay, so let's say I live in the neighborhood and the helicopter goes up and are the restriction hours are applicable to anything, tour, training,
For the
everything?
flight school, specifically to the flight.
Only for the flight school. Okay, so a helicopter tour could take off earlier. Okay, so if something goes off earlier, then I'm assuming it's a helicopter tour.
So the assumption, we could conceivably get a call. Barry and his folks could get a call and say, hey, listen, a helicopter took off, it's outside the hours, and they would just simply have to clarify and say, well, that was a tour or a private helicopter owner. I mean, to draw that distinction would be difficult.
Right.
You can only hold the flight school accountable for those restrictions. So it could be someone who owns a helicopter that took off.
Right. So they call Barry, or they call someone. Someone's going to man like a 24-hour line or a recorded thing?
Well, they're not going to staff it 24 hours. That's not the staffing model, because it's not open 24 hours.
Okay.
They'll have security there 24 hours.
Right.
Or not 24 hours, but after hours to monitor any breaches of our ordinance and the restrictions there. But, you can call just like any business, call during normal business hours and say, because conceivably it took place during normal business hours.
Right. And so if you make the call, so I don't know protocol or FAA or anything, but it would seem that there's a flight logbook about who took off when at any time something goes in the air from the airport, so that somebody could, if they make a call and somebody gets back to them and says, well, that was a helicopter tour, it wasn't a flight that took off early. Is there a way?
Nobody's logging
No.
individual flight operations.
No.
They're far too frequent, quite frankly,
Really?
to do that.
Okay.
But I think it would be easy for the FBO operator to investigate and make a determination, did his flight school sub-leasee violate the terms by
Letting a
running
helicopter
training flight, or was this an individual that owned a Robinson helicopter that just took off, as anyone would be permitted to do?
Okay.
So it's tough to start to parse this and get too granular in what actually that flight mission was.
Okay. Okay, and then this is sort of along the lines that I'm just asking because a resident had asked me about this, so in the vein of you learn something new every day. So there's like instrument certified pilots who can land with just instruments, like if it's super foggy.
Yeah, not at that Airpark at this point in time, because it does not have an instrument approach.
Okay, so no one will be flying over homes with instrument landing only.
Yeah, so in the pursuit of safety,
Yeah.
we once had an instrument approach there. They are going to pursue the installation of a new instrument approach that's incorporated into the lease. So yes, the potential is there. If an instrument approach is established and the weather minimums are appropriate, a plane could land there under an instrument approach.
Okay.
Other questions for Mr. Gandy? Thank you, Aaron.
Sure.
Comments?
Yeah.
Councilmember Albritton.
So, I've been out to this airport a lot during my lifetime, and I can tell you it really hadn't changed much. In my mind, revitalization is important, or you're going to shut it down. We have so many competing interests there. This particular lease that I have a copy of here, all 40-something pages, I think takes care of a lot of the interests there, but it's not going to make everybody happy. In fact, I don't know if it's going to make anybody really happy. The city is going to be happy because we can continue on with a an air park there, and we're not taking FAA money, because then we gotta make it an airport. Gotta be open 24 hours a day. That's the strings attached with the federal government. So that's why we're doing the FDOT money, because we can keep it an air park. I've had many meetings with Eric Gandy. I've had many meetings with David, our city attorney. And I've had a lot of meetings with pilots and the users of the airport, and everybody has a different perspective when they're talking to me. But I think everybody really would like to see an airport be successful, or an air park be successful. I think we need, I mean, some of the hangars there were installed when I was born. I mean, that's going way back. I mean, they need to be replaced. And, you know, over the years, I know we've gotten funding from FDOT to replace them, and that's been a great thing. But this plan that has been described to me is the best I've seen of all worlds. And I really hope that it will bring some revitalization to that airport. And I'd love to see, as Ms. Lanza said, I'd love to see the neighborhoods get involved with the airport again. There used to be a lot of things that we did with the airport in the neighborhoods. I'd like to see that come back. And I think this is the way, at least I see it, this is the way it's going to happen.
Anyone else? You know, the Airpark over the years has always been, there's been ebb and flow through the years. Having served on the council now on and off for 20 years, I remember hearing from Murray Fuchs all the time. He used to be the person that I got calls from concerning noise and other issues, and I know Mr. King remembers Mr. Fuchs. He is no longer here. I do want to remind everybody that, you know, there were 4 groups that bid on the Airpark. So obviously the word got out enough that we had 4 interested parties that all pursued the RFP. You know, we had crashes there in the early 2000s, and at that point we had the hue and cry to close the Airpark altogether. Certainly we've gotten noise complaints through the years, and I think Mr. King has done as good a job as you possibly can as far as trying to address them and changing things. And we used to always have the Airpark open for Neighborhoods Day, and a lot of the citizens used to come out for that, and that was always great. I think everything changed a little bit with COVID, and we don't remember what things were like prior to 2020. And I'm sure slowly we will get back in most ways. This is difficult because I have had a relationship with Mr. King for a long time, and I respect him and enjoy his company and talking to him. I do think we need to get reinvestment into the Airpark. We want the Airpark to exist because it's an amenity for a lot of our citizens to be able to have planes. Economically, it probably would be better to close it and put something new there that would create more jobs, more taxes, and everything else. It would obviously go to referendum. The landings failed, so I don't know that the Airpark would pass. But we do need more areas for clean industrial activity. But like our marinas, like our recreation centers, like our libraries, they are all elements within the city that create quality of life. And I think the Airpark does that as well. As Councilmember Albritton said, there is no perfect solution here. There are going to be times when there's going to be activity that are going to impact the residents around it. But that airport has been there since 1939. And nobody lived there prior to that Airpark being there. So everybody moved in with full knowledge of what they were buying into as a neighbor. So I am going to support the FlyUSA proposal. And that's all I have to say. Any other comments? Do I have a motion?
Is it me? Move to approve item 9.2.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. 9.3.
Appoint an individual to the Airpark Advisory Board to fill the remainder of an unexpired term through April 30, 2025. Council members, in the agenda pack, you have applications by Travis Norton, Dennis Roper, and Greg Art that were submitted for your consideration.
Any questions from staff? Do we have a nomination for someone?
I nominate Greg Art for the Airpark Advisory Board.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? Beg your pardon?
That's fine, he was in the top two as well, so I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. 9.4.
Appoint an individual to the Municipal Code Enforcement Board to fill a term through January 12, 2026. Council members, since the work session, Ms. Davis has withdrawn her application. In your agenda packs, you have applications by Robert Kenny and Dwayne Schultz, who was a previous member and served November 2010 through October 2016.
Can I make a comment?
Yes?
So I was previously on this board, and I have been contacted since I've left by several board members with a request to have someone who's assertive, talkative, more engaged, because it was my experience, and it has continued, that it's always one or two people who speaks, and it's like pulling teeth to get someone to make a motion and second it. So I've gotten the request, I completely understand it, so I'm leaning towards Mr. Schultz because he already has experience on the two boards, so I'm hoping that he will be an engaged member of the board.
I'll second that.
Any discussion?
I just have a brief comment to make about Sarah Davis and the letter that she sent, which I appreciate. I know Sarah Davis and respect her a lot. She's a young woman. She's younger than me, but she's professional. She owns a business. She has children. She represents diversity on the board, and she had 3 absences. And so she's withdrawn. And in part of her letter, which was very gracious, she thanked for the opportunity to serve and enjoyed it and all that business, but she also suggested that we think about the time of day that we have these meetings, that we do value diversity of experience and age and gender and everything else on our boards, but when you have meetings that are at 2 or 2:30 in the afternoon, you're not going to get a whole diverse pool of people who can serve at that time. And so it's just something to keep in mind. And she, suggests that we consider that as well as we go forward. But it does limit the pool. If you've got parents, working parents, people aren't going to serve at 2 in the afternoon.
Well, it's an issue for up here, too.
I know.
As you all saw my
I did, your
response
response,
to
I
her,
know. Some of us have other jobs, yeah.
Well, I remember too, when I was on Code Enforcement Board, I think we used to start at 3, and we had one, it was on the sign ordinance, and we didn't get out of there 11:30 that night. I mean, it went on and on and on. So you never know when you're gonna, it's not like it's a convenient hourly thing. I mean, sometimes you can get out in an hour or 2, and sometimes it will go on and on.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Anyone to speak to this? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. 9.5.
Delegate the powers to negotiate municipal code enforcement liens to the Municipal Code Enforcement Board and adopt Resolution 23-03.
Resolution number 23-03, resolution of the City of Clearwater, Florida, delegating the powers to negotiate municipal code enforcement liens given by Florida Statute 162.09 subsection 3 to the Municipal Code Enforcement Board and providing an effective date.
Anyone from the public to speak to item 9.5?
I'd like to make a motion on this. I move to approve agenda item 9.5 and adopt resolution 2303.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. We took a break an hour ago. This presentation is going to take Mr. Margolis for item 10.1, probably an hour.
My portion alone is half hour. I believe half hour from Ms. Clayton, half hour from Ms. Kivett and the traffic engineers, so I anticipate hour and a half, give or take, just for us, not including citizens to be heard.
So I'm going to take another quick 7-minute recess so we can come back. I will tell you, ordinarily under a city attorney report, there is no public comment, but I have promised people that after the presentation that they will be allowed to make public comment. We will take a quick recess. council meeting for January 12th. I will turn this over to Mr. Margolis.
Good evening, Mayor. Thank you. So we are here tonight to talk about the Discovery Academy, which is a charter school being constructed at 2465 Nursery Road. And as the council knows, there has been a lot of attention paid to this project. The council has heard from folks who support the project, people who oppose the project, and the council has received constant feedback, I would say, from both sides of this equation, much like the Airpark, where there is mixed feedback from among the community. The council knows, and staff is well aware, that an enormous amount of time has been devoted to responding to and answering the concerns and questions that have been raised by the community, and specifically by Mr. Dalton and Mr. Birnbaum. I recognize that they don't agree with the conclusions reached by staff, and so we're going to talk about that this evening. But sometimes if a person is watching something like this on video, it may not be apparent that staff has actually invested such enormous resources. We've gotten dozens of emails from them, many of which are quite lengthy and candidly sometimes abrasive. Nevertheless, I think staff has been very patient in responding to both of them. The council has also been very generous with your time. I know that most of you have been out there to Nursery Road. You've seen it yourself. You know what it's going to look like. You know what the neighborhood looks like. You've spoken with Mr. Dalton and with Mr. Birnbaum. The mayor has asked staff to give a single comprehensive response to the extent that we can to all of the concerns that Mr. Dalton and Mr. Birnbaum have raised tonight, or to date. I don't have any illusions about what's going to happen. I don't believe that when I'm done speaking and Ms. Clayton's done speaking and the traffic engineers are done speaking, that Mr. Dalton and Mr. Birnbaum are going to come up, shake my hand and say, David, how could we have been so wrong? We're so sorry. We apologize. I know that's not going to happen, but I believe there is value in what we're doing tonight all the same, because there is value in showing the public that yes, we do listen to citizens, and yes, we do respond to our citizens, even if we don't agree with them on all the time or on every issue. So the task before us is challenging because we have received so many emails and so many phone calls and other correspondence from these two gentlemen in particular. And in thinking about how to present or consolidate the issues for council, I have decided to break down their arguments into three separate sets of issues. Now, this is not how they characterize them, but I had to come up with something that was cohesive. Otherwise, it's just rambling and it's just piecemeal. So the first set of issues, as I see them, have to do with the plat and the right to be heard before council. I'm going to tackle those issues. That's what I'm going to talk about tonight. The second set of issues involves the Community Development Code. Those are the arguments relating to whether a school is an allowed use, arguments relating to the shared parking, the design of the school, things like that. Those issues are in Ms. Clayton's domain as our planning director. She's going to speak to those issues. And then third and finally, we have the issues that, in my opinion, are really at the heart of the residents' objections, which are the traffic studies. Mr. Dalton and Mr. Birnbaum believe strongly that the traffic studies are flawed, including the second traffic study that was performed by the engineering firm of Mead and Hunt. And so Ms. Kivett, as well as Mead and Hunt, can present those issues because I'm not a traffic engineer. The reason I say that those issues are the heart of the matter, at least as far as I can tell, is because why would anyone really be that concerned otherwise, right? Traffic is the heart of what affects the neighborhood. Ingress and egress from the subdivision, it affects all of us. We've all had that experience. So let's go ahead and start with talking about the plat and the right to be heard before council. I want to begin by reminding everyone procedurally what happened in this case, which is the fact that the plat was heard by this council in the sunshine on January 20th of last year, with the exception of Councilmember Teixeira, who was not on the council at the time. Everyone else heard that plat. There was no secret. It's literally on video. It was a sunshine meeting. The agenda was published well in advance. Anyone who wanted to attend that meeting, including Mr. Dalton or Mr. Birnbaum, was welcome to attend the meeting. In fact, we did have plenty of citizens who did attend that meeting, and in fact, we had several citizens speak to this very item. So there was no secret as to what happened. Mr. Dalton, however, argues that the January 20th plat hearing was insufficient, or at least was incomplete. And I want to do what I can to fairly represent at least what I think are his views and what I think is his argument. And candidly, at times, I struggle, and Ms. Clayton has struggled to understand exactly what the heck he is arguing. But what I believe his argument to be is that because the DRC, the Development Review Committee, reconvened in this matter on April 1st of 2022, and because the process of redoing the plat began, it is Mr. Dalton's contention that therefore that replat process must be completed and therefore must come back to council a second time for a second plat hearing, and therefore the first plat hearing on January 20th was insufficient. That is what I think his argument is, and candidly, I think that's the most charitable way to view his argument. And from Mr. Dalton's perspective, the only reason why it did not come back to the council a second time is because of some deal or contract or negotiation between the city attorney's office and the school. And those are words that he has used at various times over the past several months. Those descriptors, a deal, a contract, a negotiation, reflect a serious misunderstanding of Florida law. And now I'm going to talk about why. First, Florida law empowers property owners to decide how, when, and if they want to replat or continue a plat process. The decision to replat or come back to council a second time is a decision that rests totally with the people who own the property, which in this case meant the Unity Church and the Discovery Academy. The decision fundamentally is not a decision for staff to make. I don't have a method of forcing a property owner to come back here in chains if they are satisfied with a plat that was already recorded. That power is not given to the city attorney, it's not given to the planning director, it's not given to this council, and it sure as heck is not given to two guys who don't even own the property in question.
Thank you.
That, to me, is one of the most fundamental problems and one of the most fundamental reasons why I disagree with Mr. Dalton, at least as to this point on the plat coming back before the council. So when he says that there's a deal, a contract, or a negotiation, that is a complete mischaracterization of how Florida law actually works, as well as a mischaracterization of who has the power in Florida law to actually come back before council or not. I'm going to give an example of this because I know plats are not relatable, right? Unless you're a planner or a real estate attorney, most people do not deal with plats on any regular basis. So I'm going to give an example that I think is more relatable to most folks. Let's say that Mr. Dalton was considering building a swimming pool at his house. So he applies for a permit with the city of Clearwater to construct his pool. We're processing his permit application. Meanwhile, his neighbor, Mr. Birnbaum, is quite excited that Mr. Dalton is building that pool because from Mr. Birnbaum's perspective, it's going to give him a nice view, wants to have a nice waterfront view, and on top of that, it'll provide a place where Mr. Birnbaum can come over and go swimming. So Mr. Birnbaum is very much looking forward to this pool that Mr. Dalton is constructing at his house. But then, in the middle of the permitting process, Mr. Dalton decides he's not going to build that swimming pool anymore. Why? Could be any number of reasons. Maybe it got too expensive. Maybe he's redesigning his yard. Maybe he's had a falling out with Mr. Birnbaum. Maybe he's moving out of the city of Clearwater altogether. Whatever his reasons, Mr. Dalton decides not to go forward with the permit process, decides not to build his swimming pool. So imagine in that scenario if Mr. Birnbaum called the city to complain and said, "This is outrageous. My neighbor, Mr. Dalton, applied for a permit with the city of Clearwater to build that swimming pool, and he is refusing to follow through. I want the city to order him to build that pool at his house." I don't think any of us have to be board-certified specialists in local government to know that that request would not be granted, because we have no power to force Mr. Dalton to build a swimming pool at his house. And the fact that he applied for a permit with the city does not empower us to force Mr. Dalton to construct a swimming pool at his house, nor does it obligate Mr. Dalton to follow through with the swimming pool at his house. It's the same thing for plats, right? Just because a plat application is submitted doesn't mean the property owner has to go through with it. And in this particular instance, where the property owners, and specifically the church and the Discovery Academy, mutually decided that they were comfortable with the plat that had already been recorded, that was their decision to make. And that is the fundamental reason why Mr. Dalton is wrong and Mr. Birnbaum is wrong in claiming that this has to come back for council the second time. The conversation that I had with the school's attorney was nothing secret. I told Mr. Dalton about it in writing back in August, I believe. I've said it publicly, I've said it privately to the council. When I spoke with them, I did invite them to replat if they wanted to, just like we could invite Mr. Dalton to build a swimming pool at his house. Ultimately, school's attorney said they were not interested in coming back to the council a second time. Now, there were reasons why they gave me. The reasons that were articulated to me were, number one, it would cause problems for the title commitment. Number two, it would cause complications for their tax-exempt bonds. Number three, they didn't want to rack up legal fees. Remember, we're talking about a relatively small nonprofit here. We're not talking about a Fortune 500 company that can pay tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees. But the truth of the matter is that she could have given me no reason at all. She could have said, David, it's none of your business why we don't want to replat. Sure, she could have said, we don't want to replat because we don't want to see Mr. Dalton. That would have been a valid reason too. That is the fundamental reason why it does not come back to council a second time. It simply stated, it is the property owner's decision to make. I don't get to make that decision or force it on them, and neither does the council. But I want to go a step further. Let's say, for the sake of argument, that the property owner had decided to come back and replat. For whatever reason, let's say that the school and the church agreed or wanted to come back before the council and replat. Maybe they were not comfortable with the plat that was previously recorded. I've been puzzling to myself how a second replat hearing would benefit Mr. Dalton or Mr. Birnbaum. In other words, how would it lead to an outcome that they desire, and specifically the outcome which is to kill the project? Because ultimately they don't want the school there, as they've made no secret about, of course. I think that Mr. Dalton believes, and I hesitate to mischaracterize his views because I hope I am not, but based on his emails, I think he believes that if only the replat came back before council a second time, then it would provide a different forum for him and Mr. Birnbaum to share all of their concerns about the traffic and all of their concerns about the code, and that if only this second forum was available to them, then this council would see the wisdom in killing the project. I think that's why they want a second hearing so badly. Otherwise, why would they even care about a second hearing? But they're wrong. Council's role in this process, in terms of approving a plat, is a purely ministerial role. The ministerial word means that there are very few, if any, circumstances in which the council could say no. Getting a plat is more or less a matter of entitlement, and it's more or less a matter of right for property owners, assuming they meet the technical requirements. So if it did come back to council a second time, I've thought to myself, on what grounds would the council possibly deny this ministerial replat? Plats are considered so non-controversial, and there are so few circumstances in which the city can deny a replat, that a plat is unique among all actions the council can take. A plat, as far as I know, hopefully I won't get proven wrong on this, but as far as I know, a plat is the only type of action that is contemplated anywhere in our code that must go on the consent agenda. It is automatic that it goes on the consent agenda. And not only that, but it is extremely difficult under our code to even remove a plat from the consent agenda. Most items that come before the council, as we've seen, in fact, tonight, can be removed from consent relatively easily. All it takes is one council member who wants to remove it. It's absolutely granted. Even the public is allowed, as we've seen, to remove items from consent. But that's not the case for plats. For a plat, it must remain on consent pursuant to our own code unless a super majority of the council votes to remove it from consent. It takes 4 council members just to remove a plat from consent, and the code is written that way because there are virtually no reasons on which we could possibly say no. Why is that? It's because a plat is nothing more than a map of invisible legal boundaries. That's all it is. The concerns that Mr. Dalton and Mr. Birnbaum have raised relating to whether a school is a proper or appropriate usage of this parcel have nothing to do with the plat. The concerns that they've raised relating to the traffic have nothing to do with the plat. I'm not here to pass judgment on the validity or wisdom of their objections, but it has nothing to do with the action that comes before the council. The questions involving usage are questions of zoning. It is zoning that tells us whether 2465 Nursery Road should be a school. It's zoning that tells us whether 2465 Nursery Road should be a halfway house. It's zoning that tells us whether it's a methadone clinic, whether it's affordable housing, whether it's an airport, whether it's a sewer treatment facility. By the way, any of those uses would be permissible under flexible use. Those are all questions of zoning, not questions of platting. Because a plat is simply a map of invisible legal boundaries, there would have been no basis for the council to deny the replat. And if council had turned to me and said, David, what basis can you find for us to deny the replat, I would not have had an answer for you because I am not aware of any. But we're going to go a step further than that. Let's say that the property owner in this instance had decided to bring it back before council a second time for a second replat. So let's say the school and the church did want to go through that process. And let's say that 4 council members did vote to remove the plat from the consent agenda. And let's say that I found some loophole for the council in Florida law that would allow the council to deny the replat even though it's ministerial. Let's grant all of those things. Even if all of that happened, it still doesn't stop the construction of the school. It doesn't stop the construction of the school because a plat has already been recorded. The plat in this instance was recorded in the official records of Pinellas County as a result of the January 20th meeting that was held in the sunshine with a notice that was published well in advance. It is part of the official records of Pinellas County. We can go on Ken Burke's website right now and find it as part of the official record. There is nothing in Florida law that gives municipalities, such as Clearwater, the power to purge or nullify records that are recorded in the official records of the county. We do not have the power even to do it. There are a couple circumstances in Florida law in which the county government does have the power to direct the clerk of court to purge or vacate an existing plat. So the legislature has made a couple provisions for the county to do that. But as far as I know, none of those provisions extend down to the city level, and it makes sense philosophically. Typically, it's higher units of government that dictate down, as we often know, as we're often on the receiving end. But lower units of government typically do not get to delegate up, and typically do not get to give orders up either. Even if this were a county commission meeting, though, and even if I were the county attorney sitting here right now, I would be hard-pressed to advise the county commission as to what circumstance would be applicable by which they could vacate the plat. The statute that deals with vacating plats deals with technical issues like errors on the plat itself. In other words, engineering mistakes on the arcs, the angles, things like that. And there are a couple other circumstances, none of which are applicable here. So we have a series of problems. Number one, fundamentally, we have no power to force the property owners over their own objection to replat their property any more than we can force Mr. Dalton to build a swimming pool at his house. Number two, if they did come back to the council voluntarily, it would take 4 votes just to remove it from consent. Number 3, I would be very hard-pressed to find any basis in Florida law for the council to deny the replat because it is ministerial. And number 4, it still doesn't solve the problem because the school is totally comfortable relying on the plat that was already recorded. Those, I think, are the fundamental problems and why this avenue of attack that they have pursued does not lead to a place where it stops the construction of the school, which is ultimately their undisputed goal. But I'm going to go a step further than that. Because let's play it out one more step, and let's just say that the property owner did come back here a second time. Let's say that 4 votes of council remove it from consent. Let's say I find a loophole that allows the council, despite the fact that it's ministerial, to deny the replat. And let's say we find some basis to vacate the plat that's already been recorded. I still don't think it's going to stop the construction of the school. Because the school has other ways that they can structure their real estate transaction that don't involve platting at all. For example, the Unity Church can simply sell the entire unplatted parcel to the school and then lease back a portion for the church. They don't even need a plat. They just happen to do it because that was how they structured their deal. but they literally don't even need a plat in the first place to build the school. So all of these reasons stack up, and this is why, in my opinion, it is not a productive path for Mr. Dalton and Mr. Birnbaum. And by that I mean it's not one that accomplishes the goals that they are setting out for themselves. I don't see a future in which that leads them strategically to a place where the school is not going to get built. Those are the fundamental problems. So I want to talk about two other issues, though. One of them is, what should they have done? In other words, what could they have done? Because it's easy for me to sit here and just say, well, here's all the reasons why it didn't work, and here's all the reasons why it's not going to be successful. But I do want to take this time to give some feedback on what I think should have happened here, what would have been appropriate as a way to address their concerns. And I also want to talk about things that, at least in my opinion, we could consider as a city to do better in the future. Well, the first thing is the development approval, which was granted by the Development Review Committee, is the document that provides a basis for an appeal. Once a development approval is granted, or a development order is denied, by the way, one of the two, that is considered a final ruling from the city, which can be appealed. Now, who has the standing to appeal? Well, under our code, at least as written today, it would be anyone within 200 feet of the outer perimeter of the property. I have heard secondhand that Mr. Birnbaum may not live within the 200-foot perimeter. I don't know that personally. I do believe Mr. Dalton does live within the 200-foot perimeter. At a minimum, I believe Mr. Dalton would be able to file that appeal, if not Mr. Birnbaum. That is the appropriate remedy. The appeal goes from the Development Review Committee to the Community Development Board, or CDB. The CDB, as council is aware, is comprised of citizens. It's not comprised of staff. It's comprised of normal folks who live in Clearwater, right? Just like Mr. Dalton and Mr. Birnbaum. They are also represented not by the city attorney's office, but by independent legal counsel. That is by design and by ethics. It is intentionally set up to keep staff out of that process and to create a reviewing body that is impartial, unbiased, and is not there to represent either the city manager, the planning director, the council, or to work for me. That's how quasi-judicial bodies work. The CDB would have been the appropriate body to hear all of the concerns that Mr. Dalton and Mr. Birnbaum have raised. So the issues that we hear about pretty much at every council meeting relating to the traffic on Nursery Road, considering the safety on Nursery Road, the lighting issues, whether a school is an appropriate usage, all of those issues, shared parking, we just go down the entire list, virtually all of them are within the jurisdiction of CDB to hear as part of the appeal of the development review. That was the appropriate process. Unfortunately, the time to file an appeal has long since expired. I wrote an email to Mr. Dalton as far back as July, letting him know that the time period to file an appeal for CDB had expired, but that I thought that was the appropriate remedy to pursue. Even back in July, they did not immediately pursue their remedies. It was not until months later that they now have begun inquiring as to what it would take to file an appeal. For context, the code says that folks can only appeal, and by the way, this applies to property owners too, but anyone who's going to appeal typically has 2 weeks to do it. We're months and months beyond at this point. I've been told by the clerk that Mr. Dalton called recently and wanted assurance from me that if he files an appeal now, that it will be heard by the CDB despite the fact that it is untimely. I don't have any power to do that. As I have said both privately and I'm saying publicly, that I don't control the CDB. They don't work for me. They don't work for the city manager. It is designed to be an independent process intentionally that is not controlled by city staff and is not even controlled by council, except to the extent that council appoints the members of the CDB. It is my professional opinion that if an appeal is filed now, the CDB will most likely dismiss it as being untimely. But to be clear, I have no influence on that process. I am not guiding that process. I don't control that process at all. I'm simply saying that as a board-certified expert in local government. That's all I'm saying. If they would like to file an appeal, they're welcome to file it. The clerk will accept it. There's a fee of $250 that is non-refundable per our code. I don't control that either. That's set by ordinance. I think the most likely outcome, it will be dismissed as untimely. But that is between them and the CDB. If a timely appeal had been filed in this case, or even an almost timely appeal, I could have foreseen the CDB hearing this case, especially because, as we know, there were the initial issues with the notice where Mr. Dalton and or Mr. Birnbaum did not get the notice of the DRC meeting to which they were entitled. So I could have certainly foreseen a future or a universe in which they filed an appeal a month or two after the fact, and maybe CDB's attorney would have advised CDB to take it given the unique circumstances. I could have seen that happen. But at this point, when months and months have gone by and the school is literally under construction, I would be shocked if CDB were to do that. And I wanted to put that on the record because I don't want them to say that I misled them into filing an appeal. I don't want to blow smoke or create a misleading impression of what I think is going to happen. But I don't control that process. So what can we do better? The mayor has challenged me personally as well as challenged all of us to do better always, because that's something we always need to strive for. And so I have made a concerted effort to look back and say, what are things we can do as best practices as the city? Because we know, we hear it almost at every council meeting from residents who are unhappy about something relating to development process. And it's not unique to Clearwater, but there are things we can undoubtedly do better. First, it goes without saying that this particular case began with a computer glitch, as we know, where some residents did not get the notice of the DRC meeting to which they were entitled. That, as I understand, has been corrected, number one. Number two, I know we've talked about this privately, and I think it's time to move it forward publicly, but residents need to be more keenly aware of the DRC process and their appellate rights. The code is obtuse. I get it. That's not unique to Clearwater, and in fact, candidly, I think our code is actually pretty elegant compared to many other cities that I've seen, but just because I'm saying that as a real estate attorney, I'm basing that on a comparison of other cities. I'm not basing it compared to what any normal person or any normal resident would view. So I think the code itself would benefit from greater awareness in the public. And there are things I think we can do on our website in terms of community outreach, in terms of coordinating with CNC, and I'm happy to be a part of that process because I do think that's important for resident education. The second thing to consider is that appeal process itself. $250 is not much for a property owner, but for a resident, in many cases, to file an appeal can be pretty onerous. And that's particularly true because most folks are not going to have the money, residents I mean, to hire their own attorney, to hire experts. Are they going to hire traffic engineers to come in and fight things? I am sensitive to the level playing field perception. And so one option for council to consider is potentially to rescind that fee, both for property owners as well as for residents. $250 is negligible, much like the BTR issue that we heard earlier. It's not going to bankrupt the city. We're talking about very small amounts of money. But I think that's something that could encourage people to utilize the rights that are available to them, because I know it's a process already. And finally, we know that this particular project has unique challenges because Nursery Road is not controlled by the city. That is something that we, I think, have to take the leadership role in meeting with the county. I know the mayor has already done that, and I think that's what we have to continue. I'm certainly happy to do my part on that. Although I have not been in Clearwater very long, I'm certainly happy to speak with the county attorney and with any counterparts I do know over there as to those issues when we talk about interlocal relations with the county. Because with the Nursery Road being controlled by the county, as we know, our options for modifying the road are limited. I do feel pretty good about the plan that's in place for the creation of the center turn lane, and Ms. Kivett's going to talk about that. But those are some initial things that came to my mind, some of which I know we've been talking about, particularly when it comes to the resident education piece. Vice Mayor and I have talked about that many times, but a couple others are just things we may want to consider going forward. One of the great ironies about this, and this is just a final remark, our code is set up to keep the council out of development issues. It may not feel that way. In fact, it feels like you're hearing them all the time. But the code is set up literally to keep the council out of it. And yet, why doesn't that happen? Well, to some extent, there's going to be sour grapes, right? There's always going to be folks who come in and they say, well, I'm dissatisfied with the CDB, I'm dissatisfied with the courts, so I don't pretend that the CDB process is a cure-all. It's not. But it's at least a fair and impartial process where residents and property owners have a forum in which they have a board who is sped up specifically to hear the very issues and the very concerns that this council often hears. And yet, when the council hears it, I don't know what people expect the council to do, because the council is not even part of that process except for the ministerial role on the plat. So those are my thoughts on the matter, and happy to turn it over to Ms. Clayton. Thank you.
Ms. Clayton, you're up. Ms. Kivett, you're on deck.
And I don't think I'll be taking a half an hour or so.
Okay.
But before I get into my comments, I do want to acknowledge that I understand this is a very difficult project for the neighborhood because it's bringing significant change. We have a 7-acre site that's been primarily occupied by a church for many, many years. It doesn't generate a lot of activity or traffic. And building a school is changing that world for them, bringing a lot of activity and traffic.
Ms.
that
Clayton,
did not
if you can speak up
exist.
the best you can. I know that we're still having some sound issues.
So, you know, our staff and all the folks involved in development review understand the issues here, but we also have to balance that with providing property owners their rights, and if they comply with the code, then they are entitled to receive their development approvals. David talked about the plats, so I hope not to talk very much at all about the plats. What I'd like to focus on are some of the objections that have been raised about the site plan. I'd like to address a recent public question that we had received, and then I'd like to update you on the status of the permits. I know you know a lot of this information.
And if you all can't hear, I'd invite you to come up to the front row, too. We've got a PowerPoint. There you go.
Yeah, maybe I can change this and pull the microphone a little closer. I know a lot of you know all of these, some of these facts that I'm going to go over, but for people watching, I thought it might be useful just to go over again that this property is zoned institutional, and the institutional zoning district allows a variety of uses ranging from assisted living facilities to funeral homes, medical clinics, hospitals, places of worship, schools, and other similar institutional uses. The zoning of this property is consistent with the comprehensive plan, and policy A537 specifically supports the continued existence of the residential and institutional character along Nursery Road between Belcher Road and US 19. While the preliminary plat is required to be processed as a level 1 flexible standard approval pursuant to section 4-702, the institutional district allows schools and places of worship as of right, meaning that they are to be approved when a building permit application is submitted. Our code doesn't refer to them as right uses. They're called minimum standard uses. So this is a table from the institutional district, and it lists all the minimum standard uses in this district. And as you can see, both schools and places of worship are listed as allowed. For uses in this table, no separate site plan review process is required, provided the uses meet what you see here in the table. The site plan is reviewed when the building permit is filed. And as the neighbors have pointed out, schools are not listed in the flexible standard use table in 1203, but that does not mean schools are allowed on this site. As you can see, they are as of right uses. Planning staff has reviewed the site plan that was submitted with the building permit application for consistency with these dimensional standards that you see up on the chart, and they meet that. The site plan meets it. I will say what's really unusual in this situation is that a preliminary plat was processed without an accompanying FLD or FLS application, because most plats that we see are submitted with uses that are only authorized through the FLD or FLS process, or they're asking for some
Explain what that is.
flexibility. Sure. An FLS application is those that go to the DRC for review and approval, and the FLDs are ones that go to the Community Development Board. So not all uses have to go through that process, and in this instance, they did not. Staff did include in the plat notice that the proposed use associated with this plat would be a school and a church, but it was not reviewed with the plat. Staff did ask for information to be submitted so that they could ensure and that the applicant knew for sure that their project would work once they submitted it for building permit, but there was no official site plan as part of the plat process. Another unusual issue, I think, with this case is that a minimum standard use warranted a traffic study based on the anticipated number of trips. I don't really recall ever encountering that situation since I've worked here. There may have been some, but I'm not aware of any. We typically see the need for traffic studies associated with site plans that go through the DRC or CDB process, typically for hotels on the beach or large residential projects or large commercial projects. So statements have been made that Nursery Road is not a collector street as it doesn't meet the standards outlined in section 3-1904, which is entitled Streets Generally, and therefore the conclusion is that a school can't be constructed on this site. This code section is located in the chapter that's entitled Subdivision Design Standards, and it really applies to new streets being created through subdivisions and plats, which govern new streets as they are created. So no new streets, though, were created in this plat, just 2 lots. Some residents have opined that Nursery Road is a neighborhood street based on their reading of the code. I'd like to point out that the Clearwater Comprehensive Plan, map B6, illustrates the functional classifications of the city's road network, and this map identifies Nursery Road as a collector. I know it's really hard to see, but if you look in the south, one of those blue lines is Nursery
It's the one right
Road.
above Bel Air, which is the red line.
Yes, and so our comprehensive plan designates this as a collector, and the comprehensive plan is the city's official policy statement on this matter. There have also been comments made that section 3-1904E of the subdivision design standards should apply, which states that major traffic generators such as business districts, high schools, shopping centers, and large multiple family residential development shall obtain primary access from streets classified as collectors, arterials, or highways. I believe this section applies to new subdivisions. If you apply it in this case or without, let's say it didn't apply to just new subdivisions, the school is located on a collector as designated by our comprehensive plan. We have also received comments that code section 4-704C2, which is in the purpose and applicability section relating to the subdivisions and plats, should prohibit this school. As you can see, the highlighted sections show us that this code section doesn't apply to this project, as it addresses a situation where previously platted property may be exempt from platting requirements if they meet the 1 through 6. This property was not exempt from the platting requirements, and it wasn't previously platted property, so this is not relevant to the issue at hand. There's also been statements made at council meetings that the school must be limited to 5,000 square feet based on code section 4-302. This is a misreading of the code. Section 4.302A2 applies to changes of use where a proposed use is different than the existing use, and the building or site does not conform with all the requirements for the new use set forth in Article 2. So in this case, you would be looking at that use table that I put up earlier in the presentation. But to go further, this section of the code gives staff authority to allow a new use to replace an existing use if both minimum standard uses, those in the same table, and the proposed use has a greater impact, such as maybe requiring more parking. This section can only be used to allow use changes in buildings or tenant spaces that are less than 5,000 square feet in area and where the change won't exacerbate non-conforming parking by more than 10%. Further, the only uses eligible to use that provision are offices, retail, and certain mixed uses. So this is a change we made as a result of the Mayor's Business Task Force to help facilitate the change of uses in our commercial areas. It does not apply in this situation at all. There have been concerns raised about the sharing of curb cuts and parking. While there are two separate parcels here that you can see, the site plan, though, shares its access and its parking facilities. The sharing of parking and curb cuts is a best practice of planning and site design. There have been comments made that the code section 3-1405 shared parking has a graphic that shows just one parcel, so the site can't share parking. Well, if you go on and read the section that appears in the code after that graphic, it states that when any land, building, or area is used for two or more uses, you can use the shared parking table to determine the minimum parking requirements for the development. So shared parking is highly desirable in our city. Obviously, it optimizes parking capacity and it eliminates excessive and underutilized parking. And it is in fact allowed for this project. With regard to joint and cross access, there's no prohibition in the code for site sharing access. In fact, section 3-103 requires it for major traffic generators. Implementing joint and cross access is another best practice. The city supports because traffic ingress and egress are better managed, and there are fewer points of vehicular conflicts when we do that. I think that covers most of the comments that I have heard multiple times. It is, though, as Mr. Margolis said, it's a little difficult to know for sure if I've captured everything because there's been so many emails, actually an overwhelming number of emails and phone calls over the past years, and I could have missed something. So I'd be happy to work on that if someone can let me know what that is. In addition to the numerous emails we've received, I think we've had 26 public records requests, and many of those also contain actually questions instead of requests for actual records, so we've been trying to answer those as well. Often we have found that when we provide an answer to a question, there is rebuttal and accusations that we are wrong, and the exchange results in a whole host of new questions. And this really isn't a good place for us to be. So we've been trying to discern new legitimate questions and avoid being in arguments when there's a disagreement and non-acceptance of our responses. So I think it's fair to say when we see that happening, which is often, we just sometimes don't respond. We had an exchange, Mayor, yesterday with a question that came in through the public records request. Since this is a question and not a request for records, our staff indicated that it was a question and it would be forwarded to the Planning and Development Director, which it was. I was not able to respond yesterday because we had to do some research to figure out the answer to the question. And the question relates to the plat application. And the first question essentially asks who wrote the document and submitted the original application of the plat. Then it goes on to state that prior to the November 21 meeting, which I believe is the DRC meeting, the wording for the application was changed. Who submitted the changes and why did they have the authority to vary the wording of the applicant? So first, I can't say exactly who filled out the application, but Mike Flowers of McNeil Engineering was the applicant's representative, and he signed the cover letter that accompanied the electronic application. Whether he or someone else in his office completed the application, I can't really answer that, but that would be my response to both of those questions. But I would go on and say, since there was a question about differences in the wording without any additional information, we pulled those applications, we looked at the application forms, they are exact. However, there were changes in the cover letter and some of the materials submitted. The initial or the original application was incomplete, so when they had to resubmit, they needed to address what was missing from their other applications. So that would account for changes in their cover letter and additional material. And applicants have to do that each time they resubmit information to us. So this is really a normal procedure for any FLS or FLD application. So I hope that answers the question. If I didn't get it right, it'd be helpful if we could pinpoint what that difference was and we could better answer the question. So I wanted to give you an update on the status of the permits for the project. Three permits have been issued for the school, the site work permit, the renovation for the existing building that is remaining on the site, and one for the new building. I do think there's some pending fire alarm applications, but those will be issued once they've been completed review. The permit for the church, however, is not complete at this time. There is an outstanding stop work order for the fence on the church site. However, the temporary fence permit is actually ready to be picked up. Once they pick it up, the stop work order will technically be closed out. And at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Tara.
Thank you, Ms. Clay.
Good evening, Tara Kivett, City Engineer. I'd like to give a brief overview of the progress to date for context as it relates to the traffic impact study for this project. The city's traffic engineer met with the developer's team in late 2021 to go over the traffic impact study requirements. The city received the traffic impact study from the project's professional engineer in June of 2022. The traffic impact study was approved by the city in October after a very thorough review and extensive coordination with Pinellas County and FDOT. The city also hired a Mead and Hunt engineering firm to complete an independent traffic impact study. The developer is required to construct traffic mitigation measures as identified in these traffic impact studies. As Nursery Road is a county road, the developer is responsible to meet county right-of-way permits, as well as any city requirements and any other agency requirements, as is our standard approach. This allows each individual agency to ensure that their specific requirements and regulations are met. Chuck Huffine from Mead and Hunt will now highlight the thoroughness of the traffic impact study and address citizen concerns.
Thank you, Ms. Kivett.
Hi. Good evening.
Good evening. Well, you got more than you bargained for, didn't you?
No, I've been at this too many years. I've seen a lot. Let's see. Let me get this started here. All right. My name is Chuck Huffine. I am with Mead and Hunt, and I'm a licensed professional engineer and a certified professional traffic operations engineer. A lot of letters there. But basically, I'm a national expert in traffic engineering and traffic impact assessment. I've been at this for over 36 years and prepared well over 300 traffic impact studies and reviewed hundreds of others. So I've seen a lot, and I have a good feeling and understanding of what's needed for these studies. Mead and Hunt was contracted by the city to perform an independent study of this school, and the study basically concluded that the school will not have a significant impact on the area roads that were studied if the recommended improvements are implemented. And we'll talk about that. What I want to go through here quickly is just review some of the local and national industry standards that we used, highlight the findings and the improvements, do a quick comparison of the two studies, the one that we performed and the one that was performed before for the developer. And then also present some responses to some key community concerns that we've heard so far. So let's go through that. So the national guidelines that we used are based on best practices developed mainly by an organization called the Institute of Transportation Engineers. It's the professional society made up of basically traffic engineers and planners that get together to develop best practices, how things should be done and what's the best way to do things. So we used their trip generation manual, the latest edition, to estimate how many trips could come out of this. It's used to calculate trips for individual land uses, you name the type. It actually has a specific one in this case for a charter school K through 8, which is exactly what this is. Trip rates are based on lots of different site surveys, so it's an estimate. It's based on a lot of different standards around the country, but it's not going to be exact, but it's pretty good at estimating generally what you can expect to be generated from the school like this. So we calculated the volumes for 24 hours, the AM and PM peak hour, and it defines how you distribute entering and exiting trips. We applied all that. We also used the city's guidelines, and we made sure that the study we prepared is in line with those guidelines and satisfies those as well. Okay, the traffic impact area. First thing you have to do is, what are you going to study? Where do you need to study? The site has 2 proposed access points, and we studied 4 nearby intersections, one with a traffic signal, and 3 stop sign controlled intersections. This is usually defined by the agency, what they need. They've got a good feel for what some of the concern areas are and what needs to be studied. Best practice is usually to study intersections within about a half mile of the site. Beyond that, traffic tends to dissipate a bit. Of course, it depends on the types of development, but again, best practice, we applied what typically is done in situations like this. Traffic data collection, we actually collected multiple day traffic counts. Typically, a study picks one day. We collected it on several days to make sure that the volumes were represented, because there can be variations daily in volumes. We wanted to make sure that, again, we had a good, accurate assessment of what the impacts should be. We wanted to make sure they're consistent. You look at the graphs that are out here. You see the daily volumes that we counted were reasonably consistent between the days. The peak hour volumes, some days it varied. And you look at the different years and you see that the peak hours went up between 2021 and 2022. It's important, we've all been through COVID, we know what happened through that. We wanted to make sure at least most, if not all, the COVID effects were added there. So you see the volumes did go up, and it was validated by the citywide traffic model, so everything seemed pretty representative of what is typically on Nursery Road there. Here's the 4-step methodology. I'm not going into this. Basically, you determine how many trips are going to be there, where they're going to come from, what are they going to do? Are they going to drive, or are they going to walk or take a bus? In this case, it's mostly driving. And then you assign them to the road and figure out what are the effects going to be. So we did that. The site plan, it has separate ingress and egress points aside and a designated parent drop-off, pickup route within the site. I've got recent personal experience with a site like this. My son goes to Lakewood Ranch Prep down in Lakewood Ranch, of course, which just opened this year. It's a charter school, it's a K through 8, and it's about 740 students, so it's a little smaller than this, but they only have one bell time. All the traffic is in one concentrated, usually 20 to 30-minute period, rather than two. And I'll tell you, after some, week or two of ironing out the kinks and getting things going, they have it down to a science. They get the parents really involved to help facilitate flow into and out of the site, through the site. They have 3 lanes. The queues internally don't even take up half of the storage space they provided there. And literally 5 minutes, you're in and out. It works very well. Kids are safe. So I've seen this work. And when it started, I had questions too. Will it work? And yeah, it is. It's working quite well. So I think that's going to translate to here. Trip distribution. I know there were some concerns with some of the assumptions. The new school traffic volumes were assigned to the major roadways such as Nursery Road. That was the main one. Traffic from points south via US 19, we proposed that they would use the U-turn movement at Seville Boulevard. I know that's been questioned. You take a look and you compare that movement to the local streets, such as South Haven Drive. Speed humps there, you can't go quickly. There's a lot of traffic on Belcher. We noticed that it seemed to be more on Belcher than there was on Nursery Road. And you look at the U-turn, you make the exit, you make the U-turn, you make a right turn, there's no stops, there's no nothing. It's quicker. And we all know parents, they're smart, they find the quickest route. So we really feel that that's going to be the way people are going to come from the south. They're not going to try, the alternate through the neighborhood routes. It's going to take them longer. So why would you even try it? The analysis, we use standard highway capacity manual methodology. Again, best practices. That's the book. That defines how do you assess what impacts are. We reviewed crash data. We did a review of the proposed pedestrian bicycle access and came up with conceptual improvements based on any issues that came up, and again, to keep everybody safe and everybody moving. So let's take a look here briefly at what the study actually found. And Nursery Road, basically you probably know all this stuff, but I'll review it again anyway. Traffic analysis is defined like a report card. See? There's not the report card, right? Okay, A through F. So we all know that F, not what you want. You like to get A's, but A's kind of tough. So Nursery Road, using this best practices analysis, will operate at acceptable level of service C. That's common, especially for Collector Road. It'll flow. There shouldn't be delays. And using FDOT and USDOT standards, the design standards, it will be able to accommodate the site trips. I already talked about the drop-off queues, pickup queues on the site. There should be plenty of room to contain those on the site or in the proposed turn lanes that we recommended out of the study. The only approach, there's only one approach which is forecast to have some issues, and this is the Nursery Road approach going eastbound to the US 19 frontage road, that right turn that goes on there. Right now, occasionally, it can back up a little bit when you have a lot of traffic on there. But we've been working, I know the city's been working with FDOT, and there are some alternatives out there that can be done to try to fix things out there. FDOT is going to continue to monitor that location. If there is a problem, applicant's going to study that further, and we're going to figure out some way to fix things out there. That's one of a location where, because of the weave and the track, if you come off the ramp and traffic crosses, you got to be careful of how you fit everything in there. So I think they want to work very closely with the school. One thing I think is very important to emphasize is that this whole process, once the school is open, it's going to be subject to monitoring consistently. And if there are problems, cities and FDOT is going to work with the schools to fix them. Yet I don't think it's the same company running this school, but I know where my son is, they work constantly with the agencies. They work constantly to monitor and tell the parents, honestly, if the parents are doing something, we talked about, possibility of parents using local streets. If parents do that, they tell them. They actually get people out there to issue tickets. They go out and tell the parents, no, don't do that. They're diligent, so I hope that happens here. I think it will. Looking at the improvements, we have a right turn lane proposed into the site, a left turn / center turn lane between the site access points. That provides storage, for when the cars come in the morning and the evening to turn into the site. No parking signs along Nursery Road, South Haven, Rose Tree, Stewart, and Chateau Woods. And then the traffic control or intersection improvements at Nursery Road at US 19 pending what FDOT finds and ends up approving there. Pedestrian bicycle, install a new crosswalk with a pedestrian activated beacon to make it apparent. But of course there'll be a school crossing guard there. Bicycle parking will be provided on the campus, so they'll be promoted, for people to walk and bike there where possible. And again, the important part is the last bullets here is the traffic management and monitoring, the 2 bell times, develop and disseminate information to parents constantly, monitor school traffic levels, see if there's anything that needs to be tweaked, send people out if they have to monitor or facilitate traffic flows and keep it going. Very hands-on, so I think that'll work here. Important point to note is that the study obtained 100% concurrency. Okay, concurrence on the findings, the recommended improvements from all the public agencies, not only the city, but the county and FDOT as well. So everybody recognizes that we did use best practices on this and that the study reasonably reflects what the impacts will be and how effective the mitigation measures will be. So just point out just a few comparisons between the studies here. Looked at the same intersections. Obviously, we took counts a year, well, not quite a year later, but further away from COVID, and we found that the volumes did increase. Peak hour increased by 5 to 8%. So obviously, we use those volumes and probably more accurate in terms of what typically happens. Background growth rate, we actually use 1% higher than the applicant study to be conservative, make sure we account for other developments that could happen in the area. Trip generation, the peak hour trips actually are higher than what we used. That's because between their study and ours, a new version of the manual came out, trip generation manual. And it just so happens that with this land use, the studies, equations, everything they came up with a higher projected AM trip rate. So ours is a little more conservative in that way too. Another way it was conservative was that, when you think about the traffic from here, they go to school now. They go to school somewhere. So people are probably driving them to school on some of the roads in the area. We didn't remove that traffic. It's tough to tell exactly where it is. So we just added all the new trips to be conservative, to make sure that the improvements are going to work. But the actual traffic is liable to be a little less than what was forecast. Driveways are the same. Trip assignment, we took a look at the travel patterns, the regional model, and our study had a bit more coming to and from the east, which I think, again, is a little more conservative. We did the crash analysis. The US 19 Frontage Road intersection is the main problem area, and that'll have to be monitored with FDOT. And there was one bicycle fatality, we know about that, and hence the reason we want to make sure we have the enhanced, where possible, the pedestrian and bicycle crossings. Let's see, what else is here? Traffic management. I just want to finish with this part of it before I go to the questions that we had. Traffic management is really the process of monitoring and making sure that everything works well on a daily basis. And the traffic management plan is in place. There'll be lots of volunteers, there'll be lots of guards, lots of monitoring of what's going on, because the school wants things to work too. They want their students to be safe, and they want traveling public to be safe as well. So they are going to be out there and make sure that happens. All right, let's do just a quick review, just 2 slides here of some of the main community concerns that came up, and kind of summarizes what I've presented so far. Why was South Haven Drive not included? Well, again, it's a neighborhood street, and it's got the speed humps on it. We just don't feel that it's going to be an attractive alternative for many people to take. It makes a lot more sense to use that U-turn going northbound on 19 and coming around with no stops and accessing that way. Same thing, were left turns to northbound 19 assumed in the traffic study? Well, they were, but again, they were assigned to that U-turn. So it is accounted for in the study. Were the local and school traffic combined in the study? Well, the answer is yes. We added the school traffic, but we also used that growth rate, that annual growth rate, to account for other possible developments. And that's usually the best we can, because it's hard to tell exactly what's going to happen. But it was consistent with the model, the regional travel model, and we feel that it effectively accounts for both. When will the road and driveway improvements be completed? Prior to final approval of the school certificate of occupancy. So it's not going to open until all the improvements are completed. Is it permissible for the city to allow right-of-way to be used for improvements? Absolutely. The city or county can allow public right-of-way to be used for public improvements, such as sidewalks, turn lanes, whatever is deemed to be best for the public interest to provide safe and equitable site access and movement for through traffic. So yeah, it happens all the time in front of the site frontages. Are the sidewalks sufficient? And if not, why the approval, or will the county be making upgrades? The project is responsible for what happens in front of its site frontage for that. It's not responsible for ADA improvements to sidewalks not directly along the property frontage, but obviously the city is aware of what's going on, and if any improvements are out there that are needed, I'm sure that'll be considered. So that's it for my presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I want to thank staff, Mr. Margolis, Ms. Clayton, Ms. Kivett. Frankly, this is unprecedented. In the 13 years that I have sat up here, we've never had a report like this for an issue. I just want to make that clear. That we've tried to be responsive and at least lay things out so that there is a common understanding. I did say that comments could be made, so I'm going to open it up at this time.
Good evening to the council and Mr. Pelton and Mr. Virenbaum as well. My name is Susan Lenning, and I am here representing 3 groups of people with a vested interest in the new location for the Discovery Academy of Science School. As a current faculty member, as a current parent of Discovery Academy of Science students, and as a current City of Clearwater and Morningside neighborhood resident. Firstly, as a DOS teacher, I'm excited by the opportunity to teach in a new facility that will allow for much more up-to-date classrooms. We are currently in a multi-story building with no elevator, part of which we share with the church from whom we rent the space. The multiple sets of stairs have made it challenging to do simple things like bring a computer cart from one classroom to another. I personally have acquired quite a bit of stuff in my 19 years of teaching, and it was not pleasant to haul it all up to my 3rd floor classroom. So, sharing the kitchen forces us to bring outside meals in for breakfast and lunch rather than being able to provide fresh food on site, which we have discussed, possibly trying to do so in the future. Our Spanish classes are met in the parish conference room, which is a shared space, so the teacher can't hang anything on the walls to enhance her classroom and her curriculum. Some of the classrooms are actually quite cramped, which provides a less than ideal environment for the students. We have several classes in portables, which require the crossing of the driveway that is used for a car line, a safety concern that will be quickly eradicated by that larger facility and the much longer car line loop. Most of our upper elementary classes are on a floor with no bathroom. They have to navigate 2 different sets of stairs as well as cross through the cafeteria in order to use a restroom. Our art room is currently a sectioned off corner of the cafeteria with a couple short walls resembling an oversized cubicle. Imagine trying to conduct an art class of 25 students in a cramped space with all of middle school in the cafeteria chatting away as they're eating. Not a very conducive learning environment, I can assure you. Some of the students are currently sharing lockers or have no lockers at all because we do not have room to add any more. We also have students at 2 separate campuses, which is a huge inconvenience to our parents. As a parent myself, I have been very frustrated with all the delays in the construction. I am excited to see my children in more spacious classrooms with newer technology and room to move, play, learn, and grow. Despite all of these challenges I've mentioned, DOS is an A-rated school, and I have every intention of keeping my children there, including my youngest, who, once he's old enough, will attend. They are and will be at one of the few schools that actually enforce the phone no policy so that students actually concentrate on what they should be learning in the classroom. Finally, as a resident, I'm excited to have this academically rigorous school.
Thank you, Ms. Lenny.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
I want to say good night to this committee, and I just want to express my gratitude for you guys really looking into bringing the school down to the Clearwater area. I mean, I think the residents in themselves should be so elated that an A-plus school is coming to their area, which would probably mean the value of their property is going to go up because a lot of people would want their kids to go to an A-plus school. As a parent, I live in Largo, and I haul my son all the way up to this school because I understand the value of having a good education. And I'm excited that it's going to be closer to home because I now would have to navigate less of getting up at, hauling out at 6 o'clock and to make sure that he gets to school on time so that I can get to work on time. And you have no idea as a parent what that does. It means of making sure that the value of what you see that is important to you and your kid and an organization or the government or the city sees the same value. And I really want to extend my gratitude because it is so important to me that my son gets a good education, and I as a parent had to haul him through several schools, and I work for the school district. But the issue is I had to find the appropriate school for my son that he would be comfortable and that aligns to him being comfortable at a school that makes him be able to express what he thinks is best for him in terms of science and all those things. And I had to make the sacrifice of leaving Largo every morning and taking him all the way up to Dunedin, which sometimes the traffic is not an easy thing. So again, I want to express my gratitude, and I really appreciate the fact that you guys saw the impact that this school is going to make to the Clearwater area. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Erin Hablitzel. I am a resident of Clearwater and also a teacher at DAS and a parent myself. I want to thank all of you for the extra time that you took to verify that our school does belong on Nursery Road, and we appreciate that time that you took. I am a newer resident of Clearwater, and I chose Clearwater because the school was moving to Clearwater. My family and I relocated from the state of Illinois, and I was very fortunate to find a job at DAS, and not only find a job there, but be welcomed with open arms. Not only myself, but my son. In a day and age when the teaching profession is losing teachers in droves every single day, we need schools like DAS that welcome teachers with open arms and are A-rated and providing students with a high-class education, which is what we're doing. We just need more space to do it even better. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I'm Pat Jolson with Excalibur Drive, and I'm here to tell you we are not against schools or your school.
Ms. Dalton, if you could just speak into
Absolutely
the
not
mic.
against the school in any way. I taught for public schools here in Clearwater for almost 40 years, so I know what it's like to be a teacher. We're here because the 200 people we represent, people represent, are here because of the way it was done. The way it was done. What was bypassed, what we weren't told. That's why we're here. It has absolutely nothing to do with whether you're a good school or where you are or where you'd like to be. We want that to be understood because I think they're giving you an emotional plea here, which is fine. I value teaching too, but you need to hear our point of view from the way it happened, particularly the legal part of it. And I'd like to turn it over to them. Tell me about it.
We've kind of been sandbagged here because
Mr. Dalton, if you could get to the microphone.
we've sort of been sandbagged here because this isn't fair to have him speak for 20 minutes and other people speak for 15 minutes and then have us try to respond in a 3-minute period. But I want to ask Mr. Margolis something. 2 short questions, yes, no. Is the plat division process, does that lead to a legal document?
Chair want me to answer in the middle of
Yes, I would.
comments? So the question, repeat it, Mr. Dalton?
Does the plat notice process and the document that goes through the City of Clearwater Council lead to a legal document separating the property?
Yes, if I understand your question
Okay.
correctly.
Now, when the plat is submitted to the council, is that the only thing that they're approving, is the division of the property?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Very good. Now, do other documents, covenants, and so forth that are recorded on properties, do they have legal standing?
I don't understand that question, sir.
If a document is recorded with the county, let's say for Pinellas County, that's where we are, does that document that's recorded with the county, is that legal and is that binding?
Assuming that it was properly recorded,
Okay.
yes,
Now we
but I don't know what you mean by that.
Okay, we get to the crux. First of all, the issue that came before the county, before the city council, you people voted on something, but none of the people who were affected, very few, were informed of the original division. And there's also a provision in the code that says something about the plat has to be noted out on the property. That was never done either. But I want to get to this. The whole process, as Mayor Hibbard said many, many, many months ago, it's a process. A, B, C, D. Application, plat review by the staff, DRC, council. You didn't go through the process. We had no recourse to speak to you originally because nobody knew about this. It was an illegal notification by your own standards. Otherwise, they would have never sent out a second notice. I want to go back to the property. I just asked Mr. Margolis a couple of questions. On that property, there are 2 covenants. Those covenants were included in the issue that was brought to you. Did you know about it, Mayor Hibbard? Did you know about the extra covenants on the property?
No.
Oh, you weren't here. Mr. Bunker, did you know?
Covenants?
Did you know about them? The covenants state that the property may not be divided unless a specific legal process is taken, which includes the City of Clearwater having an open hearing. That was not done. The second covenant requires that it be signed by the manager of the city. It requires signing by the management of the city of Clearwater.
Dalton, thank you. I'm sorry.
How can you neglect this? How can you neglect it? You're a lawyer, supposedly.
Mr. Dalton.
Good evening, Council, Mayor Hebert. I'm here representing 35 signatures. 35 signatures who are opposed to the charter school. They are among the 60 names that were finally issued on March the 22nd by Gina Clayton when she sent out the second plat notice. These 60 names that are here, 35 of them assigned the opposing document, this document, giving me, the speaker, the authority to speak against the charter school. Now the problem is that we heard tonight about the road in the traffic study. Well, guess what? There is nothing in there stating to go up the Seville. There is no numbers that are combined that if the traffic goes up to Seville, which is 25% of the 816 students, or 214, were added in the circles that was displayed on the screens up here before. All we have is the southbound traffic on 19 coming in, but not the 200 and the 200 because it's only one something. So we have distortion and misinformation in the traffic study. I could get into the details, but I only have 3 minutes. So the problem is that the plat notice didn't have the full regulations. It had technical mistakes. The plat notice of March the 22nd that was issued in September of 21, or 9/22, and then March the 22nd, came after our meeting of March the 17th. 5 days later, we rushed to issue the second plat notice. Gina Clayton issued it. The DRC of 10/18 was issued. I wasn't here, but I wrote a letter to Melissa Hawk Baker, putting her on notice that I was informed of this plat and for her to respond. Guess what? She responded to me with three days later on November the 15th, telling me that I would be added to the list in the future. And I did. On December 21st, I got an email from her and to Tom Washburn. And then I got another one from her to someone else. But guess what happened after December the 21st? Nothing. No communication. So the communication that I expected to receive about the meeting of December the 27th on the plat notice appearing, I never got. I never knew about the January 20th meeting, which you made a statement you were surprised that no one showed up. So I could talk for hours, but little things like this and the traffic pattern. Now, each of 4 of you received a detailed package of 24. I don't need to go into it all. You already know the facts. So the problem is that the traffic pattern is incorrect. The legal process is incorrect. And David Margolis was very nice. He thought I was the bad guy with the pool, but I'm not.
Thank you, Mr. Beerbaum. Mr. Dalton. Ms. Calleigh, you had some comments.
Comment was submitted by Mary Kalos. Any more delays to the construction of our school can and will negatively impact DAS students and families by limiting resources at the new campus. The move of DAS to the new location was already approved, and significant delays with heavy financial impacts have already occurred due to the meeting being held after approval. It is not just a timeline that is being affected, but the financial consequences due to the delays that will impact the students unfairly and unnecessarily. Please consider the hundreds of students and families that further delays will impact negatively. I am in full support of the project and construction moving forward as planned. A comment was submitted by Nakia Connor. I'm in support of the construction and opening of Discovery Academy as a parent of a student that attends the school. A comment was submitted by Glenna Wentworth. Honorable Mayor and council members, as president of Morningside Meadows Homeowners Association, I would like to express our continuing concerns with the Discovery School project at 2465 Nursery Road. The project has been fraught with issues from the beginning, including the failure of proper notice to residents, questions, concerns about the platting process, and the determination that original plans included a proposed failed entrance. We appreciate your review of the legal concerns regarding the platting process tonight. We also appreciate the efforts of traffic engineering to require safety improvements to the school entrance. With that said, we continue to oppose the building of the charter school at the location until improvements are made on Nursery Road. The intersection to the east of the school has been declared a failed intersection with several accidents and one death in the last 5 years. Our neighborhood entrance from Nursery on Stewart Road is a concern to our residents because drivers must drive over the pedestrian crosswalk to see oncoming traffic. With the increase of pedestrian and bicycle traffic due to the school, residents are concerned about hitting a child or parent. With the increase of 500 to 600 vehicles twice a day on this narrow 2-lane road, these traffic safety issues will only be exacerbated. Thank you for considering our comments and your decision-making. A comment was submitted by Rhonda Letty. I fully support the Discovery Academy of Science. The school thoroughly responded to complaints over a year ago, and the city of Clearwater approved the new campus with a 5-0 vote last January. A comment was submitted by Amber Walton. How much longer are we going to let a group of rich white people delay a school that will bring quality STEM education to anyone who attends regardless of income level? Sorry that for once something to benefit the whole community may inconvenience them slightly. I'm responding neutral since it isn't clear at this point whether supporting or opposing this for the construction of Discovery Academy of Science. I am, however, very much in support of DAS being built on Nursery.
Thank you. Did you fill out a comment?
Yes, I did. My name is Gary Rucker. I'm a new resident directly on Nursery Road. Built a home a year ago, finished it and moved in at 2371 Nursery Road. And let me begin by saying, as has been stated earlier, this isn't about the school or about education or about equality between black, white, green, purple, or anything else, as you all know. This really comes down to the fact that, I have a great concern of just getting out of my driveway. And I'm saddened, honestly, in the midst of such a professional response by Margolis that he felt that he needed to be sarcastic at the beginning in ways that are really unfitting this board and public servants. But each of us is profoundly in favor of education at the highest level. And sadly, I hate to hear the emotional aspect coming from the school because as if somehow we were against it, because we are not. And I think that's across the board. I think there's been some misunderstandings, which I think are very sad. There's been some overly emotional responses from those who are opposed, which I think is terribly sad. But it is the reality of something that I've discovered tonight really goes back. I'm an architect also, incidentally, but that's neither here nor there, I guess, other than the fact that I try to look at these things a little more objectively. But it goes back to the fact that this road, first of all, doesn't meet any of the criteria as a collector road, and it should never have been designated by the county as a collector road. And that is just numbers. That's just straight out by the regulations of the state, by the county. It just doesn't meet them. It should never have been designated. But having been designated, then you're completely within your rights on everything else that transpired. It's a collector road legally. Should never have been made such. It's 10-foot wide lanes, no curbs, 4-foot sidewalks, no third lane. All of those things that are required for a collector road don't exist. I don't think there's anything you can do about that. And it's very sad. It should have been done at the very beginning, maybe. Someone should have said, wait a minute, we can't even consider this as a site because it's not really a collector road. Oh, wait, county says it is. let's go ahead. Someone probably needed to just look at the numbers and say, sorry, apply somewhere else. It happens all the time in my process of all the things that I do in bringing things before boards like this and others. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rucker.
Hi, my name is Wendy Swartweger, and I was not planning on doing this, but being here and listening to all this, I just feel like I have to share. My property actually backs up to the school, and I do hope to be a good neighbor, because my backyard, then there's a retention pond, and then there's a parking lot, and then what used to be the church. So, I mean, I'm going to be very much involved in this. But living on South Haven, and I'm sorry, I have to disagree. That street right now, there are speed bumps there, but today I saw somebody actually drive around the speed bump. I mean, I see people going faster than they need to be going on that road, and I would invite all of you to come sit in my front yard and just watch the traffic. There are times, like in, after, the end of the day, they come off of 19, they come Bel Air, they come right on South Haven. I mean, there'd be like 5, 6 cars all at one time, just because that's when the light changed, and they all come around at one time, and then there won't be any traffic for a while, and then all of a sudden, but I mean, so I just watch it. So I mean, listening to all this, and I know we do studies and all these numbers and everything, but I sit, in my front yard, and I just see the traffic, and then I see people walking their dogs. I see school buses leaving kids off at Nursery Road. I see these kids walking South Haven, and then going right where the young man was killed, Ethan, right there at that corner of South Haven and Bel Air, and it is scary. And personally, when I go onto 19, I go South Haven, and I try to make a left turn to get to 19. I mean, I am scared to death. I sit there, and I actually say little prayers, and I'm watching. They have done a little bit with the trees now, so it is a little bit better to see the traffic coming. But it is scary. And I had this, exit plan. Like what I was going to do if I started pulling out and I see a car, I was going to zoom go across, but now they've put a sign there for Ethan. I went, oh shoot, now I would drive right into that pole. But, I mean, it's like you have to have a plan, because you can't always see the cars coming, and you're looking left, you're looking right, and you're right, okay, can I go? So it's difficult. So we can't get out of Nursery. A lot of people on my street don't even go Bel Air anymore. They all go Nursery Road. Now I'm concerned if there's going to be a lot of traffic at certain times of the day, we're not going to be able to get out of that street. So, I mean, that's it. Like I said, I wasn't going to talk, but I'm very concerned about what's going to happen right on South Haven. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from council? Vice Mayor?
Well, that was incredibly informative. I've heard a whole bunch, weekly conversations with Mr. Margolis, and agree, I appreciate his talking about what we can do better and our learnings, and I certainly agree about communicating with residents about the process to question after a DRC or CDB, and perhaps reducing or eliminating the cost to challenge and all that stuff, perfectly fine. I don't want to extend this any longer, but I do just have a couple of questions about, I'm concerned about Nursery Road. I don't think it's a real safe road. I think, when I walk down it, the last gentleman who spoke, talking about it meeting the definition of a collector road, I find that too, that sidewalks are narrow, I wish there were curbs, all that kind of thing. And so my question is, part of the comments and responses about the traffic study is, are the sidewalks sufficient? If not, why the approval, or will the county be making upgrades? That's really not answered. It says the project is not responsible for ADA improvements to sidewalks, not directly along property frontage. So I guess that means it's not going to be widened, but the curbs and then the center turn lane and the approaching lanes, is there some assurance that all of those safety upgrades will be fully installed and functional before the first day of school opens at that charter school?
Can't get a CO until
all of that has to be done.
Yes, correct. That's very clear. The contractor is aware. We've stated that in their permit conditions, that we will not issue a CO, so traffic engineering is responsible for doing a final site inspection until those are complete.
And do you have any answer about curbs? Like, can we insist that the county put curbs in those around that school?
We'd have to talk to Tom Washington
Okay.
at the county about it.
Okay. Do you think it's a reasonable ask?
I don't think they'll do it.
You don't think they'll do it?
I have talked to Whit Blanton, and I have also talked to county officials, and they are recommending that we push much harder to get some money for Nursery Road. And so they're aware of the fact that we're interested, and I think we need to memorialize that in a future council meeting, that we are going to ask for very specific upgrades along the entire corridor.
And who are we asking? State or
The county, it is
Okay.
a county road, and, you know, there may be ways that we are interested in participating, but we are not always the most aggressive in the county, and Ms. Poirrier and I were talking about that this afternoon, on asking for more from the county. And frankly, our citizens pay a lot of their tax dollars to the county, and we should be more assertive in trying to pursue those dollars and getting some improvements. Our city to the farthest south in the county is very aggressive about it, and subsequently they get a lot more help on things because they don't let it go. And I plan to be more assertive, so.
I can be assertive too. I'll pledge to be assertive.
Councilmember Teixeira and then Bunker.
So I wanted to start off by thanking the staff for what they did tonight. I've been following city council meetings for years. I've never seen this type of attention to this. And I understand why it was needed, because we have been hearing the same citizens come up and complain or express their concerns, and it seems like we're not responding, the optics of it. And I know that I've received many communications from those citizens, and I always go back to you and just say, what about this, what about that? And then I ask more questions from other departments. But today, to me, just solidified everything at once. And even if you don't agree, I really want you to appreciate what happened tonight. 3 departments got together and did a presentation just to address your concerns. So for that, I would like for you at least to understand that and accept that. But it is a difficult situation that we're all in, because we hear both sides. And Mr. Margolis has made a very good point today. We hear all this, but most of the stuff that's presented, we have no control over. So sending, rude and abusive emails it's counterproductive. We have our hands tied. And although we understand what you're saying, and we're hearing all of your views, I really appreciate the fact that you pointed that out, that most of this we had nothing to do with. So again, thank you to the staff for doing this unprecedented thing.
First off, I'm incredibly happy to hear that we're going to push harder to improve those roads. I spent a couple hours wandering the neighborhood with you and sitting down and hearing your concerns, and I came back with photos and videos that showed some very troubling things. The sidewalks are 4 feet wide, they're broken all apart, there's areas that seem incredibly dangerous. The traffic would zip past us as we were at a crosswalk. I could see there was danger there. I also see that the school's going to open. And rightfully so, because the majority of the complaints that you keep bringing to us are things that are not, they're countered by what's actually written into our code. The point is, we've got to make sure that everyone has safety on those streets. And I think we will push to make sure that happens. But I see the school opening, and is it possible for us, as I know, I asked about the roads and whether the county has the roads. Well, can we fix the sidewalks? No, the county owns the sidewalks. We can't do that. What would it take to put in some stop signs or stoplights along those busy roads to slow the traffic down in those areas? Is that the county as well?
Well, I mean, we can have our traffic engineers, but, you know, stoplights and other devices are not as easy as there are a process that you go through to justify them, and that is dictated by FDOT. You don't just get to plop lights and stop signs and other things. And I mean, used to be your transportation person, and I remember some of the ones along McMullen Booth. You know, there has to be traffic studies, accidents, all sorts of conflicts. Everything else has to be looked at, and staff could probably answer the question better than I could. But you don't just start willy-nilly putting things in.
I understand. Well, thank you.
Anything, Mr. Albrecht?
Yeah, I've been listening to both sides of it. My wife was in the school system for 39 years, and I think it's a great school that's an opportunity to have this school built over there. I understand why the people I understand both sides of this, and mostly because of the traffic issue on this road. And I know the road is a terrible road. I mean, both of them, Bel Air Road and Nursery Road not too long ago, there were roads that really didn't have a lot of people around them. I remember when Morningside was built, and before that, it was like a country road. We really need to fix that. I was going to give a Ford Pinellas we had a Ford Pinellas meeting on Wednesday. I'm the city's Ford Pinellas representative, and for the people who don't know, Ford Pinellas is the Pinellas Land Planning and MPO, and we're the ones that do all the road planning and the money that goes to roads and transit. We just adopted a public participation plan, which is federally required for an MPO to say what we need in our community. And I'm going back to this, the mayor said, Whit Blanton, who's the executive CEO, and said, let's go ahead and do a resolution to the county to get this road fixed and bring it up to, the way it should be brought up. It needs to be widened. I want somebody to look at it and put some money to it, because I think the school is a good thing, and the kids deserve to be safe out there. So I think that's what we're going to do here. I think everybody sounds like they're on the same page to try to get some money from the county to get them to move on this, since it's their road.
All right, thank you all for coming in. Mr. Margolis, anything else? Ms. Poirrier.
I apologize. I do have two items. I will be as brief as possible. Recent staff changes, we do need to appoint a new member to the Technical Management Committee. That is a board that is with the county. Previously, Earl was assigned to that, and staff is recommending that we appoint Micah Maxwell. There is a meeting in June, and we would like to make sure that we have a representative from the city that is at that board. So I'm just asking for council to approve that appointment.
I move to approve.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Unanimous.
Secondly, I've individually briefed all of council, and we have issued a press release in regards to the fact that we have recently discovered that about 6 months ago, we stopped taking our recycling to waste management.
The reasons that our early investigation have identified are that we had some staffing shortages and some equipment failures. However, none of that was communicated to either city administration, to council, and it was not committed. It also wasn't communicated to our residents. Obviously, this is unacceptable, and you understand that we've made some changes administratively, and we're working towards making this right. We do have a short-term solution. This week, we already started taking our recycling back to waste management. We're working on additional short-term solutions as well as digging deep to have a long-term solution that we will bring back to the council. We are committed to rectifying the situation, and we will be open about everything that we identify as we go through that. We do anticipate that we're going to have residents making inquiries about refunds. I ask that you give us an opportunity to fully vet this and bring back a recommendation that will address how we're going to respond to that request. And you know, it's a complicated issue. There's a lot of press in terms of what's going on in recycling, and so whereas we have a lot of resources that are assigned to identify what happened and provide solutions to this, it's going to take a little bit of time, so please be patient, and again, we will make sure that we continue to communicate. Happy to answer any questions.
Well, I just want to, state for the record, there's already a story out. I've already gotten emails tonight about refunds. But, as soon as staff found out about it, they've communicated. They're already looking into how it could happen. And they're also figuring out how to make certain that things like this never happen again. We have to own it. This is a breach of the trust of citizens when they think that they're putting recyclables in a blue barrel, and in fact, they're getting mixed in with all of the additional trash. I'm sure all of us do the same thing on a weekly basis. We rinse our stuff out. We make sure that there's no plastic bags and everything else. We'll recover from this by doing things the right way and owning it. And that's what we did today with the press release that Ms. Castelli issued. And I want to apologize. Folks, if you're going to have a conversation, I need you to take it outside. Hello? We're going to own it. We're going to fix it. And we've identified it, and we brought it out. This was not found out by the press or anyone else. We were the ones that made everyone aware of it. So I think it's the right way to deal with it and wouldn't do it any other way. So.
Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Blair?
No, thank you for keeping us informed on the front end. Really appreciate it.
Yes, I really appreciated the way the information was given to us, quickly, honestly, in a transparent way, and I really appreciate that. That we were given an opportunity to know, and that we responded so well. I really appreciate that.
Closing comments, I'll start on my left.
Yeah, just good night.
Took the words right out of my mouth.
I had just 2 or 3. I know, but thanks for everyone for showing up and speaking. It's how democracy works, and hopefully we can all join together and approach the county and put positive, persistent pressure there to make positive changes on Nursery Road. Want to invite you to join us Monday, January 16th is MLK Day, and so at the North Greenwood Rec Center, there's a breakfast that starts at 9, a program that starts at 10, and then there's a march. There's also, we're planning for, believe it or not, and I'm just going to say because I didn't grow up in Florida, but a cold night shelter here Friday, tomorrow night, and Saturday, and we do need help. It's staffed all by volunteers at First United Methodist Church, which is your church, and the Refuge Church in Clearwater, and you can go to pinellashomeless.org to learn more about volunteering to work a shift if you'd like to. And then finally, there's the countywide and actually nationally point-in-time count, which is very, very important. And it's Thursday, the 26th. It's like from 5 a.m. to 8 p.m. And it's where we make the all-out effort to count every homeless person, couch surfing person that identifies as homeless, get some data on that, and it helps us secure tax dollars to serve people who don't live with 4 walls. And so if you'd like to volunteer with that or help with that, you can go to, again, that PinellasHomeless.org. It's that Homeless Leadership Alliance, and they can direct you into how to help get that count done and accurate. There's a little bit of training you do. I hope it's not too late to squeeze in some training before the 26th, but we need you to work a shift if you can. And have a good weekend.
Councilmember Albrecht.
Like enough's been said, good evening to everyone.
I just have 3 quick things. First of all, I want to recognize the passing of Mike Quillen, who was our engineering director for a very long time and a great employee, and that certainly is a great loss, and our prayers go out to his family. I would highly recommend you see the Coast Guard display at our Historical Society. They opened that up last night. You know, we are a Coast Guard city, and the Coasties are all around us. And then I just wanted to mention Billy Manafort, who I got to go over and celebrate his 106th birthday, which is pretty remarkable. And he's still going strong, sharp as a tack, told me a lot of stories. I asked his secret, and he said, "We'll just keep breathing." So I'm going to take a big breath after this. We are adjourned. God bless.